Chair, you have a live mic.
We get Commissioner Saunders up here. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for being here. We got a lot of hot issues to talk about. Before we get started with our invocation and pledge, I just wanted to say that today and other days in this room, we talk about permits, we talk about building height, median landscape, sidewalks, pickleball, all things that are important issues to our county and to move forward and to ensure that we continue to improve and make this the best place to, live, work, play, and pray. But also, I think we all think that it's important that, we don't lose perspective on what's going on outside of this building and more importantly, in our country and outside of the borders of our country. And having said that, I'm going to turn it over to Commissioner Colwell, who wants to start off our meeting with some heartfelt words about some serious issues that are going on right now that might be a little bit more important than pickleball. Go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Chairman. I would just like to let the community and the people here in the room and the people outside watching that we have Pastor Brumbeck, who's a pastor at the First Baptist Church here in Naples. Him and his daughter and I believe about 50 prisoners of the church itself are basically trapped over in Israel right now. They were over there on the Holy Land visit, and they're basically in a hotel being confined. They can't really leave, haven't figured out a way they're going to leave yet. But because of what's going on in light of the war over there. So these are our community people and people that live amongst us. Let's just keep them in our prayers as we move forward. And hopefully we can figure out a way, and hopefully they figure out a way under God's grace that they can get out of there safely and come back to us. So just want to let everybody know that. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Reverend Duncan? Ma'am. And then our pledge today will be led by Alex Brolt, who's here representing the Future Makers Coalition, who are receiving a proclamation. So thank you very much for leading our pledge.
Spirit of life and love, to you we lift the deliberations of this day as matters of governance come before this body. Surround all of us as we together move through this democratic process and this day. Urge both commissioners and all of us to listen, to learn, to be bearers of the good, even when we'd rather not. And so, peaceful Spirit, be present among these women and men who are the leaders and caretakers of Collier County. It is an awesome calling and responsibility. Guide all that they and we together say and do. Shape our words and values today and always. And keep us all strong and wise in these unsettled and troubling times. And inspire us to take our parts that none may be overburdened. And our part this morning is certainly a special prayer for all of those suffering in Israel and Gaza, and especially local people, some of whom we know personally. And when the meeting is ended, see each commissioner to his or her destination safely. As they rest toward service on yet another day, fill them with strength and hope and vision, and bless us all that we might lean on you and on one another toward things that heal what's broken and that bend toward justice. Shalom.
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Commissioners, agenda changes for October 10th, 2023. We have a correction to item 11B related to the date that parcels in the North Bell Mead Preserve were acquired. The executive summary incorrectly states November 2023. The correct date is November 2022. We have several time certain items today. First, item 10A, to be heard at 10 a.m. This is a Quiet Florida report on efforts to reduce noise pollution from illegal vehicle modifications. Companion items 9B and 9C to be heard no sooner than 1 p.m. This is a 13th Avenue Southwest Storage Facility Commercial Planned Unit Development and Growth Management Plan Amendment. And item 9D to be heard prior to item 15, staff communication and general communications. This is towards the end of the meeting. This is an amendment to the Conservation Collier ordinance. Just a reminder, we have court reporter breaks set for 10:30 and 2:50. And with that, County Attorney,
Nothing, thank you.
Chair, to you for any changes to the agenda or ex parte on the consent or summary agenda.
Commissioner Colwell, do you have any changes, sir, or any ex parte on summary or consent?
I have no changes, and I have no disclosures for that.
Thank you, sir. Commissioner Saunders?
No changes and no disclosure as well.
Commissioner Hall?
I have no changes. I do have meetings on 17A and 17B, and no disclosure after that.
Okay. Commissioner McDaniel?
No changes, but I do have disclosure on 17A, meetings and calls, B, meetings, calls, and emails, excuse me, and 17D, meetings and calls.
Okay. I have no changes and no disclosures on summary or consent. So we have a motion to accept the...
So moved.
Second.
Okay, got a motion from Commissioner McDaniel, second by Commissioner Hall. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Item 2B is approval of the meeting minutes for September 12th, 2023.
Make a motion for approval.
Motion for approval by Commissioner McDaniel. I'll second. Commissioner LaCastro. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Item 4A is a proclamation designating October 2023 as Domestic Violence Awareness Month in Collier County, to be accepted by Sheriff Rambosk on behalf of the Shelter for Abused Women and Children. Congratulations.
Sheriff, would you like to make any comments, sir?
Good morning, Commissioners, Chair. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and represent the shelter on behalf of the Board of Directors and Linda Oberhaus. I just wanted to thank you for raising awareness with regard to domestic violence issues. We are not unlike or immune to domestic violence, as is other communities throughout the nation. This month gives us an opportunity to remind everyone that it still exists. We need everybody's help in this community to stop it. And on behalf of the Collier County Sheriff's Office, we will do everything we can to stop it. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Item 4B is a proclamation designating October 2023 as Safe Infant Sleep Month in Collier County, to be accepted by Kimberly Kostler, Administrator and Health Officer, Florida Department of Health, Collier County, and other distinguished guests. Congratulations.
Give him the elbow. Go ahead, Ms. Kimberly.
Well, I didn't want to catch him off guard.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Just wanted to say a few words. Good morning again, Kim Kostler, Administrator with the Florida Department of Health in Collier County. Sudden infant death syndrome, or SIDS, and sleep-related deaths continue to be the #1 injury-related death for children under the age of 1. The Collier County Safe Sleep Committee works together to help educate about safe sleep year-round. Some of the things that we're doing, providing safe sleep books and information to all newborns at the NCH Birth Center, our Statistics and Birth Records Office, the WIC program, and of course the annual Duck Race and Water Safety Festival. We have pack and plays that are provided to families in need through NCH, Department of Children and Families, the Health Department, and Healthy Start of Southwest Florida. Healthy Start of Southwest Florida has also donated enough sleep sacks to be available for all babies born in Southwest Florida at the NCH birthplace. NCH is also working on their Safe Sleep recertification, which is recognizing their commitment to infant safe sleep. And there's plenty of free downloadable resources available at the floridahealth.gov website and others. So thank you again for your time in recognizing and promoting safe sleep education and awareness to help save more babies' lives.
Item 4C is a proclamation designating October 2023 as National Manufacturing Month, to be accepted by Rob Harris, Executive Director, Southwest Regional Manufacturers Association, and Alex Bro, Partnership Manager of the Future Makers Coalition. Congratulations.
Good morning, and thank you, County Manager and Commissioners. We appreciate this, and thank you very much for recognizing the importance of manufacturing to the local economy. It is very important. The state of Florida recognizes that it's very important. With the Florida Chamber, it is the goal of our state to be a top 5 manufacturing state by the year 2030, and I'm happy to announce that it was just reported we are now number 10. So we are getting there. The importance of that is the fact that manufacturing and advanced manufacturing in particular offer high-wage careers. The average wage for manufacturing in the state is $70,000 per year, and in Collier County, it's just slightly under that at about $68,700. Collier County has nearly 400 manufacturing facilities employing over 5,000 people. We want to continue this effort. We want people to have high-wage jobs. If you recall from last year, I was here with the owner of Pelican Wire, and we were talking about the affordable housing issue, and that a way to conquer that is to have people earn more money to pay market wage for housing. And in manufacturing, we could do that. The problem right now is we have a shortage of workers. So we have started working, we being the Southwest Regional Manufacturers Association, started working with the Future Makers Collaboratory, and I have Alex Bro here with me to explain what that effort is all about.
Thank you, Rob, and thank you, County Commissioners. So my name is Alex Bro. I am the Partnership Manager at Collaboratory, and I'm a Future Maker. So Future Makers Coalition, we are a collective impact network. We have over 150 cross-sector organizations spanning the 5-county region, focused on adult learners, specifically in Collier County, to upskill and reskill to meet the needs of local employers. We have shared goal to transform the region's workforce to ensure that 55% of adults have a credential beyond high school by 2025. We are currently only at 43.7%, and we know that 2/3 of Florida jobs will require a credential beyond high school by 2025. But we can get to 55% through an untapped workforce, and we have partnered with Rob and SRMA through the $22.9 million EDA Good Jobs Challenge grant in partnership with FGCU. To help us understand the needs of manufacturers and ensuring adults have access to training programs to fill the in-demand jobs through the Navigator program. Our navigators are helping individuals overcome barriers to reach their educational goals and connect them to careers like jobs in manufacturing. We are happy to be here today to bring awareness to local manufacturers and hopefully inspire people to consider the lucrative jobs in manufacturing. So thank you to SRMA for their partnership and County Commissioners for recognizing October as Manufacturing Month. And let's keep on future making. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 4D is a presentation of the Collier County Business of the Month for October 2023 to Platinum Dry Cleaners. The award will be accepted by Craig Bamberg, owner, managing partner, and Sloan Nagy, director of business and economic research, the Greater Naples Chamber of Commerce. Also attending is Bethany Sawyer, vice president of membership and investors, the Greater Naples Chamber of Commerce. Congratulations.
It's up to you if you'd like to say something, sir. Totally up to you.
Again, we can't thank everybody enough. We are Platinum Dry Cleaners, an independent Collier County business based full-service dry cleaning and laundry operation with 2 retail locations at Park Shore Naples and Berkshire Naples, right at the corner of Radio and Santa Barbara Road. We have a 12,000 square foot processing facility at 73 Commercial Boulevard, which is right at Radio and Livingston Roads. And the facility is also our delivery hub for 8 delivery vehicles that has grown quite a bit since the pandemic, from 3 up to 8. We deliver from Alico Road in Lee County all the way down to the tip of Marco Island, from the coast all the way east out toward Ave Maria and Immokalee. Most importantly, this is a business award from the Naples Area Chamber of Commerce, coming through the Collier County Commission as well. And we just want to advise everybody, we have 40 full-time employees at our operation, and since our purchase in 2019, and we feel it's extremely important. No one was, we had no layoffs during the pandemic. We just had some changes in hourly operations, and it's been a long, hard road since 2019 to stand here in front of you and tell you, like, we're still kind of standing and kind of chugging along. Leading up to our 35th anniversary in 2024, I see we're celebrating 100 years here in 2023 for Collier County. We enter our 35th year in 2024. It's been a big 2023 for us. Small Business Development Council of Florida, based at Florida Gulf Coast University, nominated us for a finalist for Entrepreneurship of the Year. Of course, we're thrilled to have the Naples Area Chamber of Commerce Business of the Month here today, as well as we were named an America's Best Dry Cleaner, one of 35 out of 20,000 dry cleaners in the United States. We are proud to say we are one of 35. And the reason being is of 35 years, our high quality attention to detail, delicate hand washing, finishing. We're open from 8 to 5 Monday through Friday, 9 until 2 on Saturdays, 24 hours, 7 days a week at the Platinum app, available in the Apple Store. And for those on the Google Play, we can take care of you for your Android device as well. Again, thank you so much for this honor. It's been a long, hard 5 years, and we're looking forward to the next 5 as well. Thank you so much.
Great. He'll be collecting police articles of clothing outside the door from 50% off. Okay, County Manager.
Commissioners, if we could get a motion to accept the proclamations, please.
Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Okay, Commissioner Cole, motion. Second by Commissioner Saunders. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously.
Item 5A is Artist of the Month. This month is Arte Viva, and this will be introduced by Sandra Rios, PR and Communications Manager, Tourism Division.
Good morning and thank you.
Morning.
So thank you for allowing me a few minutes to share our news from the world of arts and culture within our community. As you look around the chamber, there are a number of new art installations. You'll see them in the back of the room here, representing the upcoming Arte Viva exhibits that will take place across Collier County this coming year. Arte Viva is now in its second year, and it's a celebration of Hispanic arts and culture presented by the Naples, Marco Island, and Everglades Convention and Visitors Bureau. The collaborative initiative brings together the arts and culture organizations and hospitality partners from across Florida's Paradise Coast, to communally celebrate the artistic contributions of the Hispanic community. The spotlight on this rich and vibrant culture within our community will be brought to life by various nonprofit organizations, local restaurants, and hospitality partners. It's a year-long celebration that will feature over 50 dedicated local events, exhibits, performances, and educational opportunities. Some of the locations where these events will take place include Artist Naples, Naples Art District, Opera Naples, Public Murals, Naples Zoo, Naples Botanical Garden, Marco Island Center for the Arts, and the Ave Maria Margarita and Taco Festival. Sounds like fun. Celebrations include the Mexican Dia de los Muertos, which is the Day of the Dead, Cuban photography exhibits, dance performances featuring zarzuela music and flamenco, a series of Latin jazz concerts, and more. Arte Viva enhances our visitor experience as well as offering our residents educational and entertainment opportunities throughout the year. These photographs represent events that will take place through June of 2024, and they include locations Marco Island, Ave Maria, Naples, and Immokalee. Last year, Arte Viva proved to be highly successful with over 293,000 people attending the various events and activities. And the CVB's marketing efforts generated over 50 million impressions, including 24 million impressions in earned media, which is different from paid advertising. And most recently, I'm proud to say that Arte Viva was recognized by Florida Festivals and Event Association with 2 awards. One, first place award for its PR and marketing campaign, and the third place for its website. So that's quite an accomplishment in the first year of a festival. So we hope you enjoy the art and the upcoming events this year. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Commissioners, that brings us to item 7, public comments on general topics not on the current or future agenda.
Mr. Miller?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. We have 4 registrants under this item. Your first speaker is Robert Thurston. He will be followed by Doug Fee. I'll remind our speakers to please queue up at both podiums.
Good morning. Hello, my name is Robert Thurston. So let's recap here. I've been speaking before the Collier County Board of Commissioners recently on July 25, August 22nd, and September 12th of 2023 about the targeted individual program and people, some here in Naples, who are involved in deep state activities and who have been violating my constitutional rights on an ongoing basis for 13 years. You can watch these earlier discussions on Collier TV. During the last board meeting, I explained how the targeted individual program starts with the deep state at the highest reaches of our U.S. government and is disseminated downward through different agencies. Then the targeted individual program is finally coordinated and carried out locally by each county sheriff. Here, Kevin Rambosk, who has been sheriff here in Collier County since at least 2010. Kevin Rambosk then has been in charge of the targeted individual program here in Naples throughout the full length of the period I've been targeted.
Sir, just a reminder, you're talking to us. Okay, not the
Yeah. I want to make it clear that there is a clear distinction between regular, everyday law enforcement arresting people committing crimes and conversely, what occurs with targeted individuals who often are not involved in crime but chosen for life-changing, around-the-clock haranguing because they basically angered someone with access to political power. The targeted individual is denied due process. He or she never gets their day in court, but get extrajudicial punishment instead, which, if you look at the totality of what the deep state does, certainly qualifies as torture. It's important to remember, I think, that these presentations should be tailored to benefit the community. The word torture gets bandied around a lot, and its impact is sometimes lost through overuse. So I'm including today my personal account of one of the most egregious crimes committed against me in hopes people will take some legal activities that stop the deep state and the targeted individual program. On August 11 of 2011, I was a patient at Naples Community Hospital. I was receiving life-saving medical care for a case of cellulitis, which left untreated can spread to the lymph nodes and bloodstream. Left unchecked, cellulitis can be fatal. I was in pretty bad shape by the time I was admitted to Naples Community Hospital. I had a fever. I was given a hospital bed and hooked up to several IV tubes. By this time in 2011, I'd already been a targeted individual for more than a year. I had already figured out who the main person was behind my targeting. At about 5 a.m. on my first day in the hospital, I was violently shaken awake by a stern-faced man who was dressed in clothing similar to that of a male nurse, what they would wear, but not exactly alike, I later concluded. His demeanor was openly hostile. His face was up in my face. His tone was meant to frighten. He was demanding, may I have one more minute, please?
30 seconds, sir.
He was demanding to know why I was there at the hospital. Was he asking what my illness was, or was he asking why such a lowly person as myself was in the hospital? The way things looked, I thought he was going to physically attack me in my poor condition with all these tubes sticking out of me. He kept looking nervously towards the door. After about 5 minutes of this, he left. I was scheduled for life-saving surgery that day, but was so upset by having people interfering in my medical care that I left the hospital in that bad condition, in a fog. I ended up getting the PICC line in my arm through outpatient procedures for the next 6 weeks. I reported what happened to NCH president at the time, Alan Weiss, and Naples Police Department officer Tyrone Washington in 2011.
Sir, please sum up. Thank you. Okay.
Your next speaker.
I mean, you can make some close. I wasn't trying to cut you off, but I mean, just if you could give us your last couple of summary sentences.
30 seconds. That's all I asked to wrap it up. So last, I want to give again the link that tells the story of the people involved here locally in my illegal targeting at targetedindividual4.wordpress.com. Also, this past week, I started to reach out to Florida Senators Danny Burgess, Colleen Burton, and Doug Broxton to ask for their assistance in sponsoring Collier's law, which would criminalize participation in the targeted individual program.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Your next speaker is Doug Fee. He'll be followed by Dan Cook.
Good morning. For the record, my name is Doug Fee. I put on the visualizer a aerial map of Wiggins Pass and 41. There is 13.5 acres, 13.56 acres that I've circled and yellow highlighted. This is owned by Collier County. I believe it's titled to the transportation right-of-way section. In 2002, this 13 acres was bought from the Diocese of Venice for $650,000. What I'd like to point out here is that there is a Wiggins Pass flowway, and the waters come down Old 41, and that's Bonita, and it goes under 41 and goes through the community called Tarpon Cove in a weir at the corner of Wiggins Pass and Gulf Harbor, and eventually it percolates through this 13.56 acres. I do not know whether the county has a restriction on this acreage, whether it is just to be used for water management or pollution control. But I did want to point out that the county itself is an owner of property on this road. It's an important property because there are many developments to the north where the water flows down and eventually could go through this before it reaches the Cocohatchee River, okay? And I'm pointing this out because when it comes to water management, you have lots of either lakes that have been there or man-made lakes that control water on development. It's an important part of development. And so you have communities that have their water management systems, and the pollutants, whether it be from homes, businesses, go into the lakes and filtrate before making it down to the Cocohatchee River. It's a point that we in our neighborhood, we know of this acreage, we know of the weirs, we know of the pollution control that's in our neighborhood. But I did want to put that on the record, and this is your acreage. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Dan Cook. He'll be followed by Tyler Wood.
Morning, Commissioners.
Hold on, wait a second. Let me bring that mic level up. Go ahead, Dan.
Good morning, Commissioners. Good morning, community. When I moved here to Naples in 2007, sometimes I would be really afraid of coming up here and speaking. I'd have fear of, not saying the right things. Maybe I'd have fear of being judged by either the commissioners or members of the community. But this morning when I woke up, I had a different state of fear, I guess, in my mind. And that's probably because I spend too much time watching the news or scrolling on my phone. We're all, as Commissioner Cole mentioned to start the day, we're all probably fearful and obviously irate about what's going on in Israel right now. I look at what's going on at the border, and I have fear of, what's transpiring in Israel coming to the shores of America. I hear Hillary Clinton talking about reprogramming MAGA and Trump supporters. That puts fear in me. Makes me afraid to come here and speak, maybe. What if something I say here sounds the alarm of Hillary Clinton or somebody in the deep state, as the previous speaker mentioned? So I bring this up because the state of mind that fear brings, I think, is when we're in a state of fear, we end up giving up our rights more. That's the point that I'm trying to get to. And so it's difficult to push through this fear. It's difficult to make a stand when you're afraid of what the repercussions might be. But I'm here as the vice chair of the Republican Party and as a member of the community to say that we as Americans need to push through the fear, whether it's what we see on the news, whether it's fear of judgment, whatever the fear is. We've got to push through that and have faith that that everything's going to be all right. And I put my faith in our Creator. I also put my faith in our founding documents. The Constitution, the Florida Constitution, all give me a lot of faith that it is going to be okay if enough people will take action in defense of these documents. The Constitution in Article 1, Section 1, states that the people grant power to the government. So remembering that our rights come from our Creator, not from government, gives me a sense of faith. Article 1 of the Florida Constitution says that all political power is inherent in the people, that the enunciation herein of certain rights shall not be construed to deny or impair others retained by the people. So these documents are important, and they protect our rights and they protect our liberties. They give me faith to push through. And finally, if I could just take 20 more seconds, October 10th is probably not a day that's going to go down in history, but I believe it is a historic day because on October 10th in 2009, a modern-day Continental Congress was held. And I'd like to put it on the record that I was a part of that Continental Congress, and what we did was we assembled, as is our right, to peacefully petition the government, and we documented 15 violations of the Constitution in a document that I would say is akin to John Adams' Declaration of Rights from the 1774 Continental Congress, and the modern-day Continental Congress created the Articles of Freedom, which documents grievances and includes instructions to the government on how to remedy those. So, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Your final speaker for item 7 is Tyler Wood.
Hey, everybody. Good to be here. I've spoken before, and I just wanted to come and reiterate because in August, and this is also in light of October being Manufacturing Month, because we're proposing a $289 million investment into Collier County for manufacturing of critical raw and advanced materials with zero waste and zero emissions. Our feedstock just happens to be garbage. And I know that sustainability and resilience is a big topic. It gets everybody elected when they say these things, but I also think that, you know, we provide those things as a service, and manufacturing is important. So I'm just going to read off a little bit about what we are doing, so it's on the record. Carbotura, a company, I'm Tyler Wood, I live here for 20 years. I live in Botanical Place near the Botanical Gardens. I have a beautiful sun here, love it here. We've got, you know, $10 billion of committed funding to deploy. I encourage Collier County to qualify for as much of that as possible, because what I'm doing right now is I'm finding garbage all over the world for, you know, people to come to me, and, you know, so I'm busier than I've ever been in my life. So I'd like to say Carbotura, a company specializing in solid waste elimination and conversion. Yeah, sure. Carbotura, a company specializing in solid waste elimination and conversion, is considering investing in establishment of 2 regional service centers in Collier County. The service centers will have zero emissions, zero waste, and 100% diversion capabilities. The investment is estimated to be $289 million. And each service center will have the capacity of 500 tons per day, making a total capacity of 1,000 tons per day. This implies annual capacity of Carbotura of 365,000 tons per year. Job creation: the establishment of the 2 service centers will lead to the creation of 110 permanent jobs, each with an average annual salary of $110,000, and an additional 200 construction jobs. The revenue, projected annual revenue from the service centers is $100 million, sorry. Waste management, the services will have the capacity to convert 100% of the municipal solid waste into reusable materials, leading to zero waste and 100% diversion. This will make Collier County the first zero waste county and a graphite leader in Florida. We produce graphite from waste, not electricity, not fuel, graphite. So you make $11 per ton of, you know, of electricity from a ton of garbage. You can make $80 per ton of fuel from garbage. You can make over $1,000 in graphite. So I don't know, it's a pretty good business. Impact numbers: annual revenue, $100 million. County rebates, $13.6 million per year. Community development funds, $8.6 million per year. Total annual impact of $123 million per year for the first year, and this will go on for another 30 years. And then I could just yield my time. I'll come back in a few weeks and I'll continue the discussion, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir.
That's all our speakers for item 7, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioners, we have about 23 minutes until we go to our time certain at 10 a.m. I'd suggest that we take a couple of the items on the county manager's report, item 11, to fill that space, and then we'll go to the time certain at 10.
Okay.
That would bring us to item 11A. This is a recommendation to approve the Conservation Collier 12th Cycle Target Protection Area Mailing Strategy. Ms. Jamie Cook, Development Review Division Director, is here to present or answer questions.
Thank you.
Good morning, Commissioners. Jamie Cook, your Director of Development Review at Growth Management Community Development. Conservation Collier has begun cycle 12 of its acquisitions. This is the 12th cycle since the program's inception in 2003. While the Conservation Collier ordinance does recognize that broad target areas for protection are needed, the board has historically adopted a resolution identifying each of the target protection areas for each of the cycles, which is why you're hearing this today. Troy, I can't go forward. Currently, Conservation Collier has 22 preserves totaling over 4,700 acres. Within the urban area of Collier County, where most of our population lives, there are 9 preserves totaling 618 acres. This map, the green dots show the areas that have public access, whereas the red are more for resource protection and do not currently have public access at all of these preserves yet. So the current acquisition cycle process starts with applications. Applications are received in one of three ways. The first being the program mailing to target protection areas, the nomination by citizens of parcels for consideration, and an owner application, which can occur anywhere in the county. Once we have received the applications, the properties are reviewed by the Conservation Collier Land Acquisition Advisory Committee, and the properties are ranked to create a list for your review. We bring that list to the board. Those consist of A, B, and C category properties that we work with you to determine which properties we're going to pursue for acquisition. Once you have approved the properties for acquisition, Conservation Collier staff works with Real Property Management and our facilities team to start acquiring the properties, including the appraisal process. So this item you're hearing today is to establish those target mailing areas for the cycle 12. In April of 2022, the board had requested that staff speed up the acquisition process, so cycles were actually divided into two per year. Cycle 12A began in January of 2023 with the application deadline of April 24th of 2023. By the end of June, CLAC had reviewed all of the properties, and at the July CLAC meeting, the properties were ranked. Later on this agenda, we'll be bringing the Cycle 12A properties to you for ranking for consideration. But the target protection mailings will be part of Cycle 12B. Properties have already been submitted for application, so staff has begun reviewing those with CLAC. And then once we review all of the properties, as well as any applications that we receive from the target mailing areas, the CLAC will rank all of those properties at their March meeting, and we'll bring them back to you for ranking at your April 23rd, 2024 meeting tentatively. So there are 17 areas throughout Collier County that have been recommended by the CLAC to mail letters for protection areas. You can see these areas on your screen, totaling 558 parcels and a little over 4,600 acres. Spread throughout the county, you can see that these areas typically are located near existing preserves. And you can also see that we have preserves in each one of your commission districts. So our request to you today, our recommendation is to adopt the resolution approving the 12th cycle target protection mailing areas that we can begin those mailings. With that, I'll take any questions you may have.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Just one quick question. I was looking at TPMA,
Mm-hmm.
10, that's the Everglades and I-75, Everglades Boulevard and I-75, and there would seem to be an enormous amount of properties in that area.
There are.
Rationale?
The number of parcels in the area. If there is, if you would like us to consolidate that area to a more, central focused area, we can do that, but it's just the general area.
Okay, well, you know what I'd like maybe, and I don't want to stop anything that we're doing, but maybe we can have a discussion offline and condense that area. The thought process is acquisition by Conservation Collier preserves and protects in perpetuity. And with the advent of that potentially being a parcel interchange, that will help with the commercial creep that has been a concern with regard to development. When you have an interchange, commercial development in fact transpires, and that's a residential area. It's a much needed component for our transportation methodology. So I'd like to have a look at that target protection area. It wasn't envisioned in my mind to be as voluminous as that, and when I saw that, I just wanted to ask that. So, and then the second question would be, is the numbering of the target protection areas in any way prioritization of them, or is it just a number?
It's just a number.
Thank you. I'll move for approval.
Mr. Miller, I think, do we have public comment?
Yes, sir. I have 2 registered speakers. Your speakers, first speaker, Richard Blana, and he'll be followed by Brad Cornell.
Well, I'll withdraw the motion. Richard might have some wisdom to share, make me change my motion.
No, I wouldn't count on that.
He always has wisdom.
Good morning, Commissioners. First of all, I'd like to thank Commissioner Cowell for putting everything this morning in a broader perspective. Our hearts go out to the people of Israel and our fellow citizens from Collier County who are trapped there. So thanks for doing that. I'm here to speak in support of the county manager's recommendation to approve items 11A and B related to the Collier County Cycle 11 TPA properties and the A-list properties that are associated with that. As usual, the Conservation Collier Land Acquisition Committee's recommendations offer a diverse group of properties covering a wide swath of Collier County. All of the properties on the A-list associated with this are worthy of acquisition. You'll notice that there are no Marco Island properties on the Cycle 12 list, and part of that is intentional on my part. I told my constituents months ago that I would not be nominating any Marco Island properties for acquisition for Cycle 12. You still have 4 Cycle 11 properties coming before you from Marco Island in 2 weeks for your final consideration, and I'm thankful for the folks at Conservation Collier, the county staff, and to all of you for putting those on the A list for Cycle 11 and sticking with them for the past 2 years. I want to give these properties and their willing sellers my full support. Should you agree to acquire these properties, it will be an historic achievement in conservation for Marco Island. And it will come at a high price. And for that reason, I don't think it would be appropriate for me or anyone to nominate any additional Marco Island properties for Cycle 12. Furthermore, should the existing Cycle 11 properties be approved for acquisition by by you, I will recommend to my fellow councilors to not nominate any new Marco Island properties for next year either for Cycle 13. Marco Island wants to be a good partner with Collier County and Conservation Collier moving forward, and for that reason I ask you to support the county manager's recommendations to approve items 11A and B related to Conservation Collier's Cycle 12 TPA and the A-list properties within those areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman.
Your next speaker is Brad Cornell.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. I'm Brad Cornell. I'm here on behalf of Audubon Western Everglades and Audubon, Florida. Thank you for the chance to address you on this. Audubon supports the pending motion from Commissioner McDaniel to move this forward. And I just want to emphasize what staff had told you, which is that this is how you get applications. When we mail out solicitation letters to areas that have been prioritized for acquisition, this is how people find out about it. Now, the fact that you've got some Cycle 12 applications already is due to the good reputation that the program has, but it's not because we sent out any letters for Cycle 12. This has been ready to be sent since February, and so it's going to generate more interest, I believe, and this is how it works. And it's based on good principles that are good data about habitat. So it's called CLIP data, or the Florida Natural Areas Inventory, that the state collects about that's how they prioritize Florida Forever acquisitions. And Florida Forever is the state's corollary to Conservation Collier. It also looks at adjacency, or parcels that are adjoining existing preserves. We want to maximize the bang for our buck so that we're adding to preserves we already have, and we want to buy properties that people can access and enjoy and are near where they live. That's kind of the unique role that this program plays. So Audubon Western Everglades and Audubon Florida support the meticulous data-driven process of prioritizing these properties, and urge your approval and direction to promptly send out these letters. So thank you very much.
That was our final registered speaker, sir.
Okay.
Make the motion.
Got a motion from Commissioner McDaniel. I'll second it. I was just going to add, I like that we have or I'll reiterate that I think we all feel we want to continue to see a sense of urgency with that program, not artificial acceleration, but a sense of urgency. I don't think any of us ever want to read something's hung up with the county commissioners when it comes to Conservation Collier. We're here, we're live and well, always available, and I like the more detail we're maybe getting, and how growth management and the team you're representing are really pushing forward aggressively. So having said that, got a motion by Commissioner McDaniel. I'll second it. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? And so are we passing A and B unanimously, or we're just going,
Just-
one at a time?
Just one at a time,
Okay.
11A.
Okay, so that was 11A, passes unanimously.
Item 11B is a recommendation to approve the Cycle 12A Conservation Collier active acquisition list and direct staff to pursue projects recommended within the A category in sequential order, funded by Conservation Collier Land Acquisition Fund. Again, Ms. Jamie Cook, your Development Review Division Director, is here to present or answer questions.
Is there another slide besides this one?
There's a lot more.
Yeah. No, I've seen them do it. You need to see the other. You want to see the slides?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you. Again, Jamie Cook, your Director of Development Review. This cycle, as I mentioned previously, was open January 4th, 2023 for applications. During the review, staff develops an initial screening criteria report to assist the CLAC and yourselves in reviewing each application and evaluating the properties for acquisition. The ICSRs review 5 initial criteria that are required by the ordinance, including native habitat, human social values such as recreation and educational opportunities, water resource values, biodiversity and listed species environment, and whether it's within another agency's acquisition interests. Oh, sorry. So the Cycle 12A does have fewer properties because, as Brad Cornell mentioned, mailings did not go out in the winter. The properties that we have received applications for are divided into 3 categories. The A list are properties staff and the CLAC have recommended for purchase. The B list are properties that we recommend that we re-rank during the next cycle. And the C list properties are properties that the county does not recommend acquiring at this time. I can go through all 3 of the categories or whatever your desire is.
See the A list.
I'd like to go ahead and hear the presentation, Mr. Chair.
Okay. Go ahead.
All of them?
Ms. Cook, sure.
Okay, so these are the locations throughout the county, and you can see, as again, all of the, they're spread out through the county, so it's multiple commission districts. The first property is in the North Belmead Preserve area, the Murawski Trust. This is located just east of North Belmead, and it's adjacent to the private conservation lands of the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District. It's a little under 5 acres, and the estimated property value is a little over $24,000. If you review our market values, ours take into consideration the zoning considerations such as overlays and zoning restrictions, as well as the environmental considerations such as mitigation for listed species and wetlands, something the property appraisers don't take into account when they estimate value for a property. The benefits to this property it would expand the North Belmead Preserve, and it also is utilized by listed species, including the red-cockaded woodpecker and the Florida panther, and it provides connectivity through that wildlife corridor in that southern portion of the estates. Potential pitfalls to this property are that transportation management services, Wilson Boulevard extension may impact this property. So as Commissioner McDaniel was discussing before, we do look at impacts to other divisions within the county. The second North Belmead property is the Volpe Trust. It's 8.5 acres, consisting of pine flatwoods and cypress, and the estimated market value is about $50,000. Again, this will expand the North Belmead Preserve. It provides connectivity to other publicly and privately owned conservation lands, and it provides wildlife corridor for Florida panther and other listed species, including the wading birds and the red-cockaded woodpecker. Again, this property may be within Transportation Management Services Wilson Boulevard Extension area, so staff would need to work with them during the acquisition. Additionally, on the A list, we have the Symphony Properties parcel, which is located south of Frangipani, near 20th Street Southeast. This is 150 acres, and the estimated market value is about 7.1 million. It consists of a variety of different habitats, including pine flatwoods, pastures, and palmetto. There are listed species that have been found on site, including gopher tortoise and their burrows, and it provides habitat for sandhill crane, caracara, and the Florida panther. Some other considerations are there may be recreational opportunities due to the existing conditions on the property. But some considerations that would need to be taken into account is there is no connection to any other conservation collier or private preserves. A phase 1 environmental assessment would be recommended before acquisition, and there are some structures on the property that would need to be removed, including cheeky huts and a dilapidated barn and some shelters from shooting ranges. It's important to note that the northern 40 acres of the parcel, this area right here, is part of the Rural Fringe Mixed-Use District neutral lands, whereas the rest is part of sending lands. The other A-list properties include the multi-parcel projects, including Red Maple Swamp, which is located north of Twin Eagles off of 41st Avenue Northwest. This multi-parcel project was approved in 2005, and to date, Conservation Collier has acquired 78% of the area. Staff typically recommends for these multi-parcel projects a number of parcels that may be acquired during each cycle. For this cycle, it's estimated that 4 parcels, or about 10 acres, would be acquired. This is Red Maple Swamp and Cypress Habitat. It is adjacent to crew lands, so there are partnership opportunities with the Water Management District, who manages the crew lands for management of this area as well. It's estimated this would cost about $1.1 million to acquire all of the additional parcels, not just the 4 that we're looking to obtain in the next this cycle. The second multi-parcel project is Winchester Head. We've discussed this one a number of times. It is east of Everglades Boulevard and accessible from 37th, 39th, and 41st Avenues. To date, Conservation Collier has acquired about 63% of the area, and there's about 52 acres remaining. Again, staff would estimate that we may acquire about 4 acres during this site, 4 parcels.
Ask you these totals here, let's say estimated cost, is that an actual appraisal, or that's just the estimation, and what we approve today, then we'll move you forward to the appraisal process?
So that would, the 1.4 on this screen would be to acquire everything remaining, and it's based on market studies that have been done in these areas before.
So no.
Yeah,
So no, it's.
Correct.
it's
So
not
after we vote on B, it's
Yeah.
giving you the permission that we
To move-
like what we see to move forward to appraisal. It's not, as we all know, approving the immediate purchase of.
Correct.
Okay, we're in
Correct.
the early stages. Okay. Just want to clarify that.
The Winchester Head area is vital for stormwater management and flood control in the Golden Gate Estates area. And there's partnership opportunities both with stormwater management in Collier County, as well as the South Florida Water Management District and the Big Cypress Basin. The Panther Walk multi-parcel project is located in northern Golden Gate Estates. It is west of Everglades Boulevard and spans from Immokalee Road south to 56th Avenue northeast. To date, only about 9% of this multi-parcel project has been acquired. It is estimated that staff could obtain about 15 parcels during this cycle. The entire project consists of a variety of habitats, mostly wetlands, cypress, wetland hardwoods, and freshwater marshes, but there are some upland areas. This area would protect the Horsepen Strand, which is vital for floodwater attenuation and aquifer recharge in this area. Additionally, this does connect to both private conservation lands, both to the north as well as to the west. And the estimated cost, again, for the entire project is about $11.6 million.
So the entire project is everything in red and green. The proposal for the 15 parcels is everything in green. correct?
The green is what we already own.
I'm sorry, so it'd be the yellow parcels. That makes up the 15, right?
The yellow are actually in acquisition status right now. They're
So what color are the 15?
They would be 15 of the red ones.
Okay.
Again, we would have to wait for people to actually apply.
Okay.
And then finally, the fourth multi-parcel project is the Gore Preserve, which we've also discussed before. This is located east and west of DeSoto Boulevards, just north of I-75. To date, staff has acquired about 29% of this preserve area, and it's estimated that we may obtain about 10 parcels or 20 acres during this cycle. Again, this is mostly wetland habitats, but this does provide connectivity to the RLSA lands and the Florida Panther Refuge to the east, as well as North Belmead and the rural fringe mixed-use sending lands to the west. The potential partnership opportunities for this are the Cypress Cove Landkeepers actually own the parcel kind of in the central of all the green, and there is an educational center there that they operate. Staff is working with them on developing trails as well as environmental educational programs for the Gore Preserve. So for the B list, we had 3 parcels. The first is the Dombrowski parcel. This is 1.14 acres in the northern Golden Gate Estates, consisting of freshwater marsh and cypress, with an estimated market value of about $38,000. Pros to this property are that there are listed species found on site, but there are no connections to other preserves, which is why staff recommended it for the B list. The Hoffman parcel is located east of Keene Avenue and north of the North Belmead Preserve. It is about 15 acres of cabbage palm and pasture habitat with a estimated market value of $70,000. Again, there are listed species on site, and it's within the 20-year wellfield protection zone for Collier County. But potential considerations are that there are no connections to any other existing preserves. There is no public access to this site. And again, the Wilson Boulevard extension may cut through this area, so we would need to work with transportation before any acquisitions were to move forward. And then the third parcel recommended for the B list is the Connection Investors parcel, which is part of the McIlvain Marsh near Fiddler's Creek. This is 5 acres of mangrove swamp with an estimated value of $26,500. This would expand the existing McIlvain Marsh Preserve as well as provide stormwater surge protection during hurricane events. However, it is difficult to access and there is no public access. And then we had 3 parcels that were recommended for the C list, which would be that staff is not interested in acquiring at this time. The Adams Trust parcel is north of the Immokalee Road and Collier Boulevard intersection. It is 4.3 acres of Melaleuca wetlands. While there are listed species on site and it does connect to private conservation lands as well as crew lands, it is difficult to access and there is significant exotic coverage. It's also very unlikely to be developed based on the condition of the wetlands on site. I will probably butcher this name, but the Matt Laddle parcel on Key Marco is 2.83 acres. It consists of mangrove swamp. Its estimated value is $3.4 million. And while it does provide storm surge protection and listed species on site, it is within an HOA. And the HOA documents state that these lots are for residential use only, not recreational. Additionally, the HOA and the CDD fees are about $23,400 annually right now, and HOA fees only tend to increase. So that cost for the HOA fees alone sometimes is more than the management on some of the other preserves that we have. So that's part of the reason staff would not recommend acquiring this parcel. And then finally, the Sanitation Bethune Road parcel is in urban Immokalee. It's 387 acres, and there's at least seven distinct habitats on site with an estimated value of $4.8 million. While there are listed species on site and it's located within the Immokalee Slough, staff would highly recommend that a Phase 2 assessment be done and any mitigation because this parcel outlined in red on your screen is an old landfill. There are some concerns that were brought forth by the Immokalee Water and Sewer District for access and security concerns, and potentially restoration would be needed for these parcels. The A-list properties with their total cost to conservation Collier, not including the multi-parcel projects, so just for the three on the A-list, the Moravsky, the Volpe Trust, and the Symphony properties, is estimated to be about $7.2 million. Commissioner Koala, at one of the last meetings you had asked about the tax rolls. So in that third column, I was able to find the taxable value for each property as well as what their total property tax in 2022 was, so that you could see what was actually coming off the tax rolls. I believe that was one of your concerns. So if if the board were to move forward with the A-list properties, tentatively we have Conservation Collier has about $26.8 million available for acquisitions this year, with pending acquisitions from cycles 10, 11A, 11B, and potentially moving forward with these, that would leave a remaining balance of just over $6.8 million for the rest of 2024's budget. So staff's recommendation is to approve the Cycle 12A Conservation Collier active acquisition list and direct staff to pursue the projects recommended within the A list in the order presented and bring the purchase agreements back to the board for review and approval.
Okay, I've got a couple commissioners lit up here. Commissioner Hall and then Commissioner McDaniel. And then Saunders.
Thanks, Jamie. Couple questions. First one is, when we have property that could interfere with future Wilson Boulevard expansion, what are our options? I mean, are we stuck with that, or?
So typically, the Conservation Collier ordinance has an exceptional benefits clause in it, that if transportation needed to come in there, they could go through the process and explain why they needed that area. However, recently, we have actually written that into the deed that would allow transportation to acquire the portion of the parcel that they needed at the cost Conservation Collier paid for it without having to go through that additional step.
Good. Second question is, where there's mangrove swamps, aren't mangroves already a no-no to build in?
You would have to get permission from the state to do so. They are regulated by the state.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Yes, I'd like to make some suggestions here. Collier County, first of all, is C-list properties. I'm done talking about them. I don't think we need to have that conversation anymore. Number two, Collier County government at large is not geared for buying environmentally sensitive properties. We're just not geared for it. That the Symphony property that's on the A list, I would recommend it be moved away. 40 acres of it is already zoned in the RF MUD as neutral. It's 1 unit per 5 acres. The balance are sending, which is those development rights transfer and go somewhere else. So that's $7 million off the A list that, in my personal opinion, I think we could give some objective thought processes to even pursuing that piece of property. The sanitation Bethune piece of property needs to go away. That's maybe a portion of it if we're successful in moving forward on, we've all expressed an interest in the Williams Ranch, and that property is part of that flowway that comes from the Seminole Reservation underneath Immokalee Road, 1st Street up there, and ultimately a flowway over into Lake Trafford maybe some of the northern portion of that piece of property that's more inclined for that flowway management, it might be something that we could pursue. So my suggestion is pull Symphony off the A list. I'm not interested in making that acquisition. It's an isolated piece of property in the northeast end of the North Belmead, and already has, relatively speaking, sufficient protection.
You had a slide that had all the A-list properties. Can we pull that up so while we're talking about it, we can
Then the other thing that I want to bring up, and this has to do with maybe later on when we're making amendments to the Conservation Collier ordinance, I don't want our taxpayers to have to pay twice. If we buy a piece of property that's in the way of a road, and there's a significant public benefit involved in in that acquisition, I don't want to have to transfer out of Road and Bridges over into Conservation Collier. That's double paying, and I don't think we need to do that. So I would like that amendment to be considered in the future as we're going. The other thing I would like to do, Commissioner Saunders, I don't know, a month or so ago, brought up a very interesting point, and that is with the fee simple acquisition methodology that we're currently using, I'd like to expand our opportunities for buying easements and allowing the property to remain in someone else's ownership, but also getting the protection that's there. And that was a very valid point. The state does that on a regular basis. And the third is, when we do buy a piece of property in fee simple, I don't want the development rights extinguished. I want the development rights and property rights that are coming with that acquisition to inure to the benefit of Collier County, so that they can then be redistributed at another time for the value and for the benefit of the residents of Collier County. So again, I'm in the process of developing a transferable development rights program for Golden Gate Estates at large. I'm going to bring that forward early next year. If Mr. Bosey's listening.
He's in
he is. I know he is. And they're, again, environmentally sensitive properties. There are panther habitat units. There are gopher tortoise mitigation rights. There's mangrove mitigation rights. I want those property rights that already exist when we acquire a piece of property to inure to the county, and then be utilized for the benefit of the taxpayers that are supporting the Conservation Collier program and these acquisitions. The way the current ordinance reads, those rights are extinguished, then they go away. Whether they be development rights, TDRs, transferable development rights, and/or credits in the RLSA. So those are some of my suggestions with regard to the upcoming ordinance as well as today's A-list.
And Commissioner, I will point out, I think one of the benefits to Conservation Collier coming to growth management is that we do work with Trinity quite frequently on her long-range plan and the AUIR. So there is a lot of coordination going on between our staff and her staff already for these properties that may have impacts to transportation projects.
Yes, ma'am. I saw that, but when I was reading the language, I also saw that, and we have made that adjustment for the right for acquisition, but again, in my brain, it's a double pay for a piece of property that the county's already buying.
I have a question for you, Commissioner McDaniel, on your comment about pulling some of the properties off of
Only one.
Sorry?
Only one.
Symphony?
Yes.
Yeah. And that reasoning. And this is more of just a hypothetical. Do we lose anything to let it go forward so that we see what details, come back with all these properties to include that? Or is your proposal that why waste the time, right? I mean, the staff's busy, right? I mean, that's why you're proposing it, right?
It's certainly not a waste of time. It's just a piece of property that's been availed to us and you saw the map when it was located up there. It's up in the northeast end of the North Belmead. 40 acres was designated as neutral, which is 1 per 5. That can be developed at a total of do the math, 8 units can be put on that 40 acres in total, and the balance is already designated as sending, which prohibits any kind of we can generate TDRs, transferable development rights, but no other development can transpire.
Part of our job is to look at these priority lists and make these exact comments, like you say, are we happy with ABC, you know?
You have a thought?
I was going to say the agent for this property did reach out and said that if you didn't want to move forward with the neutral lands and only move forward with the portion that is sending lands, they were amenable to that. So I would believe that there's probably options if you wanted us to move forward with getting appraisals and reviewing it.
And again, to take what you said, Commissioner LaCastro, it's not a waste of time. Maybe we make an adjustment and look solely at that 40 acres lies within the neutral area. And again, I just as soon take the whole thing out. I have reservations with the entire rural fringe mixed-use district and the sending and receiving designations in proximity, and there was not, when that original program was established, there wasn't an enormous amount of science that went behind the designation of those properties. So, again, I'm not saying absolute no, but if we do anything, squirrel it back to just that 40 acres as it sits right now.
Before I go to Commissioner Saunders, just to complete that thought, and this is just, you know, us thinking out loud and having good, healthy conversation. I don't love the idea. I love the idea of the conversation of saying, you know what, that one's kind of a weak A list and maybe a no A list for lots of reasons that all have merit. But I also think that it's I don't like the idea of prematurely sort of doing a line item veto without sort of getting back, you know, the appraisal, or like you said, let's say we left this in, then all of a sudden you come back and say, wow, we had a conversation with the owner and they came up with 4 different options of how this property could be broken up, or they took much less than the appraised value for whatever reason. So it's almost like if we say a definite hard stop, no here, take it off, we lose the advantage of maybe finding out a little bit more about this property or other unique ways that it could be packaged. And then if in the end it still doesn't make sense, it's no harm, no foul. I mean, I don't think it's an overabundance of time to put it on here. But also, too, I agree with Commissioner McDaniel in the sense that sometimes we do see properties on here that really are hard no, you know, when it comes to, you know, being A-list priority. Let me go to Commissioner Saunders. He's lit up, and then I'll go back to Commissioner McDaniel.
All right, just a couple questions. Could you go back to that? It may have been one of the last slides that had the funding available, what these properties cost and how much is available and how much would be available if we purchase these.
Sorry, trying to get there. This one or?
Keep going.
That one.
All right, so we have 26.8 million in the fund now. That doesn't count the 10+ million for maintenance.
Correct.
And then if we acquire all the properties on the A list that you've gone through, that'll leave a balance of just under $7 million. And that's how much money Conservation Collier would have for the balance of this year and until October 1 of 2024.
Correct.
What would be the activities that would take place during the year? Would you be still looking at other properties, or what would you have the citizen committee do, and what would be your? I'm just kind of curious as to what you would do for the next 12 months.
So the Cycle 12 mailings you just approved, so we would still go through the process, but we would have to rank the properties based on funding available. And then there's other properties that have reached out, such as the Williams Reserve property out in Immokalee, that would need to be taken into consideration if we were going to move forward with
the Williams
acquisition.
The Williams property in Immokalee. There's several funding sources to acquire
Correct.
that property, and I think the environmental portion of it would probably be a small portion of the total price. That would be somewhere around $7 or $8 million. So we could at least move forward with at least one property potentially. Right. And I have no issues with moving forward with the list, getting the information. But if we do acquire all those properties, then we're sort of out of business here until 2025.
Yes.
Yep. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner McDaniel, and then Commissioner Cowell.
Just as a point of clarification, did I read in the backup data that there are environmental concerns? You're recommending a phase 2 now before we move forward. Are there environmental concerns on that Symphony piece?
It was used for ag. There's some ponds on the site that we're not entirely sure if they were used for cattle dipping. So staff would recommend doing the phase 2 assessment.
Right. And that there again, that goes back to my original premise of us just shying away from man-made environmental sensitivity. We're just not geared for that. I have in the private sector bought environmentally distressed properties, old gas stations and that sort of thing for development purposes, but the government, we're just not geared for those kind of acquisitions. So it's similarly on that point that I don't think we need to really pursue that Symphony piece of property. Or at least, I'm okay with carrying it on and bringing it forward and doing the final exploration, as you had suggested, Commissioner LaCastro. But my 2 cents on it is that if we did anything, I'd only be looking at the 40 acres that's in the neutral zone. The other thing I wanted to point out, and this is an important thing for you folks to hear, funding is not a requisite for the viability of an acquisition, not for you. There is funding limitations. We all know that. Commissioner Saunders brought that up. There are funding limitations, but I don't want that to be a requisite for you as we're moving forward on the viability of an acquisition. We haven't amended the Conservation Collier ordinance yet and the program as of yet. I don't want staff to get into a position of making a viable acquisition or determination on a viable acquisition based upon the theory of funding availability. It's imperative that we don't do that. It's up to this board to make those decisions, solely this board.
Correct. And no matter what properties were to come in the door, we would bring them to you and
Good.
have
Well,
you rank them and
While you were, and forgive me for interrupting you. Terry hates it when I talk over people. But you brought it up based upon, you made a statement based upon funding availability. And then what happens when there's perceptions of funding availability, then appraisals are manipulated. Circumstances are twisted around to meet the theoretical need as to that funding availability as opposed to the viability of the acquisition. And that's what's paramount for our staff while we're moving through this.
Yes.
In my opinion.
Understood.
Commissioner Cowell.
Thank you, Chairman. I just want to maybe get some clarity on what we're looking at right here and what has already been stated. I just want to make sure I'm right. This number you're showing, this is a number if we had the opportunity to acquire all these properties in these particular projects. This is not what probably realistically what we would be able to purchase over the next fiscal year, because we only can purchase what's available and what's actually offered to us and what we actually assess and go through the process and negotiate. So what I'm trying to think is this, it's 19 million or whatever you're putting up there. That's a wish list if we could obtain all these properties within these groups of properties that you showed us today. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, so realistically, we're only looking at proving $369,000 today, even when we move on to the actual list.
Correct.
Yeah, so I don't want people to get the impression that this is the number we're going to pay if we acquire these properties this year.
Correct. Some of these, Commissioner, some of these do take a year or two to actually get through the whole cycle. So if it were expedited and everything were reviewed by the end of next September, this would be the numbers that we were looking at. But if they were to take longer, the processes were to take longer, then the numbers would be different. You're correct.
Thank you.
And out of that too, we're hopeful that people will, as we saw at our previous meetings, accept lower than an appraisal value. And I understand exactly what Commissioner Saunders, the point he was trying to make on this slide, but I'll just maybe take exception a little bit because I agree with Commissioner Cowell. If we bought every single thing, we would have a little less than $7 million left. I think buying every single thing is probably not probable. Like you said, people come back, they're not interested in selling, they want the full appraisal value, we don't think it's worth it, Symphony property drops out, numbers start changing. And so I would make the comment that if they have 7 million left, we'd be, quote, out of business. And I know that, commissioners, not words matter, but I know what he was referring to, trying to show, how the dollars change. But the reality is there's properties you bring to us that are $24,000 and we buy them. So 7 million would buy a lot. And I think that number is going to be way higher once you come back with appraisals and some properties that aren't for sale and whatnot. So this is a good, one-page snapshot. And lastly, while he's still in the room, I want to just give Marco Island City Councilman Rich Blana really my thanks and credit for really showing leadership up here at the podium. That's the kind of leadership we need from the community and from other elected officials who we work with, saying, we want to be a partner. We're not running in here banging on podium saying we want to buy every single property on Marco Island because it's the most important thing, and if you don't do it, then you're all horrible and hate the environment. So, sir, I really commend you. We've been working closely on things, but you've really been leading from the front, and how refreshing it is to be able to say, we're going to do a good job rank ordering the properties, and if we're fortunate enough to get the top 2 purchased, maybe I'm summarizing your words, it would be maybe a little bit irresponsible of Marco to keep banging on tables saying buy, buy, buy. Doesn't mean we don't put a spotlight on them. Yeah, thank you for that. Doesn't mean we don't continue to put a spotlight on it, and it doesn't mean we forget it. But I like how, and I really appreciate you leading from, this is in my district, so we work closely together. But we don't hear that from enough people saying, hey, this is an important property, but it's not the number one. Let's try to spread the wealth, a bit. So, thank you, sir, for that. Still got some commissioners lit up. Commissioner McDaniel, sir,
and
then Commissioner Hall.
Sorry about that.
I said bang on tables. Did you do that on purpose?
Well, no. It was to try to get you to quit. But the thing on my pen was loose, and I had to tap it.
Okay, Commissioner McDaniel is done talking. Commissioner Hall.
You were.
Commissioner McDaniel, go ahead, sir.
So the question of the day is, how much are we approving for you to purchase today, dollar-wise?
From this list, you're not
Nothing
me to purchase anything.
We're just making a motion to move this forward to do further exploration, and then you'll come back to us with actual agreements.
Correct.
Okay.
And actually, if anybody up here wanted to move something from A to B or drop something off, like Commissioner McDaniel has sort of brainstormed here, we had that option. We have that option right now to do so.
Absolutely.
Correct. Okay. Commissioner Hall, sir.
So, Jamie, can you go back to the multi-parcel list, the one that showed all the red and the green and the little yellows popped in there?
Any particular one?
Go to the big one, the next one, right there.
Sorry.
Yeah, right there. So we have the ones in green and the ones in yellow are in progress, and all of the red is still available.
Correct.
And how long is this program for?
So the Panther Walk Preserve, 4 acres of it were originally acquired in the 2007, 2008 era. And then nothing was acquired until 2018 when 40 acres was acquired. So this one's kind of the newest one in a sense, even though it's been around for a while.
I guess my question,
in terms of acquisitions.
Sorry, I guess my question is, how long in the future would we have to purchase all of that? What's the possibility?
It depends on the owners and the Conservation Collier program.
So this program's been going for 15 years, and these people aren't jumping on the bandwagon to sell their properties to Conservation Collier.
No.
I guess my frustration is we have a little yellow dot there and a little yellow dot there, and we all feel real warm and fuzzy, like, yeah, we're really doing great, when we're really not. I mean, in the end of the game, if everything goes away and we've purchased these little yellow dots and these little green dots, we have absolutely nothing worthwhile. So I guess in my mind, I'm thinking, instead of purchasing property, like Commissioner Saunders said, can we do something else with options? Pay them a little nugget for an option for the next 10 years to purchase at a price? Or can we do an easement to where we can protect the property? Because I don't like that. I don't like it at all. I think it's a waste of time, a waste of money, and it's a waste of effort, and it's not really getting done what we really want to accomplish in protecting Collier County's environment sensitive, these properties haven't been built on in a million years, and they're likely not going to be built on again, at all anyway. They're wetlands. So I'm throwing a wrench in the deal just to make sure that we're doing really what we want to do.
Thank you, Commissioners. For the record, Jamie French, your Department Head for Growth Management. Commissioners, if I could simply point out, this is more so of that horizon. These are targeted areas that we are currently engaged with property owners to let them know of letter of our intent of interest. However, we would even go back to the Williams property. We think that is pristine lands, and we absolutely do believe that these larger swaths of land encompass what the crafters, and I've gone back to even the original administrator, Joe Schmidt, who sat around, who serves on your planning commission for environmental, that we talked about what jettisoned the idea of conservation Collier. So absolutely, we are looking at both those larger lands as well as these targeted environmentally sensitive areas, and we are engaging with the property owners. But Commissioner, I can tell you is that all of this land is able to be developed. As Commissioner McDaniel has pointed out, you can pay mitigation to develop an acre of an acre.
I agree, but there's a likelihood of it. And so what I'm saying is the risk of it being developed is less than the risk of buying little pieces of it and hoping that we're doing all the good for the county. The Williams property is a classic example of what I think this program's all about.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. And so we are balancing what has been those targeted areas to engage those letters of interest. And what Ms. Cook has showed you today is exactly we are currently in negotiation with all of those properties. And Commissioner Kowal is absolutely correct. They could drop out. They could raise the price. They could say, you know what, I'm going to hold this because I think it's got value for whether it's transfer development right credits or maybe I'll engage in what you heard today on summary where you're going to have lots of expensive or a small amount of expensive homes on a very large swath of land. So we are fully aware and we're exploring new ideas with the CLAC as well as with you as commissioners in the community to best use those dollars to embrace this program.
Thank you, Jamie. I guess my main point is if we could buy everything in red, I'd love that. That'd be perfect. But to sit and piecemeal it, just boom, 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 it just frustrates me. I'm done.
Do I need to do that to you too?
Mr. Miller,
You can do it.
Have public comment? Yep. Okay, I'm going to go to Commissioner McDaniel, and then we'll have a public comment, sir.
Commissioner Hall, just to add to your frustration, you're looking at a microcosm of what's going on in eastern Collier County. If you move north of Immokalee Road, you move through an extremely environmentally sensitive area, all the way up into the Audubon's, the bird sanctuary where I live. That pond that's there on the west side of this map, that's my old Big Island mine. On the south end of that is the 846 Land Trust, which is currently known as the Immokalee Rural Villages. Along the north end, on the south end of that pond, and along the north end of the 846 mine is a protected wildlife corridor. The developer of the 846 Land Trust is contributing a couple hundred feet of right-of-way along Immokalee Road for wildlife corridors, water transference as well. So this is a microcosm of an already designated flowway, environmentally sensitive area and corridor travel. And I wasn't saying that as as a slant on what you were saying. The frustration is shared. This target protection area has been named, and it's based upon the environmental sensitivity of the properties that are within that area. But our moving forward on these acquisitions is critical. I mean, because there again, one of the things that was originally proposed by the developer on the northeast corner of that 846 Land Trust was a wildlife crossing and a weir system to be able for us to have a pump system to be able to move water out of that canal that runs down along there on the east side of the 846 is one of the main canals that comes all the way ultimately those waters flow into the Gordon River. So we have an enormous amount of public benefit that can come by acquiring lands out in this area.
I agree, but if you look at the yellow that we're looking at purchasing,
Right.
where it ties in with the green, it's just, it's not very promising.
Well, but also, that also ends up adding to our frustration, because this is a designated environmentally sensitive area, but we've got private property rights that reign supreme.
Right.
Period, the end. If we have a property owner that owns a piece of property in this designated area that doesn't want to sell, they're going to remain red forever.
I was just going to add, I agree with the frustration piece, but also on the Conservation Collier side, there's some maps that we could pull up right now that are big, giant green chunks that weren't one big piece of property. It was all these little piecemeal things that Conservation Collier tried to put together. And I agree with you, the frustration of waiting over time to get this little triangle and this little triangle and this little triangle. But there are some big success stories where Conservation Collier did acquire a big chunk of land that's all green that was at one time a bunch of tiny little rectangles. And I think the hope is you sort of work your way through this. But as we said at our last meeting, we saw some maps that, wow, they looked very, very, very sporadic, very, like somebody threw darts at a map. I mean, it'd be nice if we could pull them all together. In some cases, though, they have, or it was a small little green piece, but it was connected to a bigger piece that Collier County already owned. I think we saw one of those maps there. So I don't necessarily disagree, but I know that the mission is to try to connect all these reds into, one solid green piece. And in some cases, that has happened in some really environmentally sensitive areas. Mr. Miller, we have another public comment?
We have one public comment on this item. Brad Cornell.
Morning, Mr. Chair and Commissioners. Brad Cornell with Audubon, Florida, Audubon, Western Everglades. Couple things in this conversation about your 12A, Cycle 12A active acquisition list for Conservation Collier. This is a short list because the target mailing hasn't gone out yet, but you've gotten some really excellent applications. These are actual applications. These aren't potential. These are people who have already applied and they're waiting to hear. They've been ranked by your staff and by your committee, by the CLAC, as you see in the presentation by staff. I would recommend, Audubon recommends that the Connection Investors parcel that's immediately adjacent and within the McIlvain Marsh, that be added to the A list, because it's really part of that whole mangrove swamp area it's not separated, it's not an isolated parcel. So we would recommend that be an A rather than a B.
Can you pull up that list again that shows ABC, just so we can put a visual on it?
There it is.
So the green is already acquired, and the Connection Investors is immediately adjacent to that green. In addition, the Symphony property is 150 acres. That's big enough to stand on its own as its own preserve. So the fact that it seems to be not adjacent to other preserves shouldn't matter. It's a very valuable piece of habitat as 150 acres and can be managed as such and would have great value. I also want to point out that that area of North Belmead next to Golden Gate Estates and Frangipani is very wildfire prone, catastrophic wildfire prone. And it's had fires, big fires in this same area. So this is an opportunity for us to manage that and make sure we don't have those kind of, if we can get more hydrologic restoration and do more prescribed burning and manage it, that's the way to do that. And I'll also point out that the private the North Belmead Rural Fringe Mixed Use District TDR parcels that have already been protected with easements, they're not being managed. And we have a problem with that part of the Rural Fringe Mixed Use District. They're not being managed. So we need to get buying this land is a much better way to accomplish that. And finally, I'll just point out on multi-parcel projects, Picayune Strand is a 55,000 acre CERT project. It was 17,000 acres of the South Golden Gate Estates that the state reassembled. It is very possible to reassemble these, and Panther Walk just started just last year. In the very first year of being a multi-parcel project, 20 people applied in 1 year. That says something. This project is doable, and we just need to be patient. Thank you very much.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Well, I'm gonna make a motion for approval. I'm gonna also in the motion make us ask a question. Let me ask a question on the McIlvain piece. How did it end up on the B list when it's right there in the middle of what, or in between what we already own?
The access concerns.
There's no public.
And that was solely the access concerns?
Even access for staff to manage the parcel.
Okay,
It was a concern.
okay. We already own the green.
We own the dark green, yes.
How do we get to it?
We need to coordinate with Rookery Bay when we want to get in there currently.
Okay.
And it's been difficult for staff to be able to get in there to manage that parcel.
Okay.
When you come back, though, we could always move things from A to B to B to A, correct? I mean, this is the time to do it.
This is
because
the time
it's your
that
priority,
we
right?
want you to do it.
Okay.
If you would want us to move forward, we would ask that you would move anything off the B list over to A if you wanted.
I'll make a motion for approval for the A list and move McIlvain from the B to the A.
I'll second that. I'm sorry. Oh, Commissioner Saunders, sir.
No, I was just going to ask the Commissioner McDaniel to amend his motion to add the McIlvain Marsh to the A list for consideration to be brought back. So that
Looks like we're doing that.
Could have just said second.
Got a motion. I'm sorry. I'm trying to move things on. I get to. I got a lot on the agenda today. Okay, so we have a motion from Commissioner McDaniel, a second from Commissioner LaCastro. All in favor to approve the list and to move this particular property to the A list and have the staff move forward. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Thank you, Ms. Cook. Instead of taking a break, let's go to quiet Florida since they were waiting. I think that it won't take that long, and then we'll take a break. Sorry, Terry. I can do it. Go ahead.
Commissioners, that brings us to our 10 o'clock time certain. Item 10A is a recommendation to hear a report on Quiet Florida efforts and discuss the request by Quiet Florida to reduce the noise pollution from illegal vehicle modifications. This item is brought to the agenda by Commissioner Saunders.
And Mr. Chairman, I added this to the agenda. Ms. Tadigan wanted to bring the board up to date on some issues. I also asked if Sheriff Rambos could be here. I know he's very busy, but he's been sitting here for an hour and a half because waiting for this item because the sheriff has been very aggressive in enforcing the law as it relates to noise. And I've asked him from time to time if we could get him additional personnel to even improve that. As a matter of fact, I think it's fair to say that the number of stops for noise and tickets for noise in Collier County exceeds the number that they're issuing in Dade County, as an example. So the sheriff is really working to improve the quality of life in Collier County by eliminating this noise as part of his efforts. And so that's why I asked him if he would be here to talk a little bit about that. But Ms. Tadigan has just an update, and then I have a couple comments at the end.
Go ahead, ma'am.
Good morning, Commissioners, and thank you in advance for your time. I know you're very busy. Again, my name is Mary Tadigan, registered nurse, resident of Naples for 40 years. We started Quiet Florida about 2 years ago due to the excessive noise we were experiencing from modified mufflers and aircraft. Modified muffler, as it states, is an exhaust system that has been altered from its original design to produce a louder sound. What we're asking is for folks to drive responsibly. We want everyone to have fun and to have their hobbies, but please drive responsibly. We are indebted to the Collier County Sheriff's Office. They've been phenomenal. I've worked closely with Lieutenant David Brunning, who's been a godsend. We know what the problem is. It's the modified exhaust on motorcycles and vehicles. Also, jake braking and modifications to dump trucks cause a great deal of noise for the residents in Collier County. We've discussed in the past and as a registered nurse of 30 years, it's been one of my focal points that noise pollution causes negative health impacts, mental and physical, such as high blood pressure, heart disease, cardiovascular issues, sleep disturbances, which is a huge issue, stress, depression, anxiety. Just quality of life is negatively impacted by chronic excessive noise. Florida, excuse me, Florida Legal Exhaust Noise Summary states that it's against the law to modify your muffler. We have a statute, 316.293, that states that we cannot modify an exhaust. It is against the law. That has been in place since 1979. We came up with a multifaceted approach because the law enforcement needs assistance. It can't all be on law enforcement's shoulders. So we came up with a list of ideas for each department. Collier County Commissioners, we asked to protect our quality of life, allocate funds to the Sheriff's Office, and to start lobbying for a revision to the modified muffler statute, for noise camera stricter fines, and the use of plainly audible regarding modified mufflers. We're asking Transportation Planning Department to use signs, place signs in areas where maybe dump trucks are in residential areas, or establish roundabouts, slower speed limits in residential areas. Do something to help the quality of life of residents. Collier County Law Enforcement, we're asking to start a specific task force to engage with the community, educate, visit body shops, car dealers, establish referee stations, which I'll get into a little bit later. And also Naples City Council to work with the BCC in their city limits. Plainly audible ordinance is what we're using now for music, loud music from vehicles. The ordinance defines plainly audible as any sound produced that can be clearly heard by a person using his or her normal hearing faculties with a distance of 50 feet or more, but I think it's been reduced to 25. What I was speaking of, the referee stations, in the Opaga study that Senator Pasadoma initiated, the 50-page report, California is using referee stations, whereas somebody might get a ticket, they'd have to phone the referee station, set up a time where they go and have their muffler, the decibel sound tested. We thought California's using community colleges. We thought James Lorenzo Walker would be an excellent place to do that, as they have an automotive program already set up. You could go there, you could educate the new mechanics coming up, as well as have your muffler tested. You take that compliance certificate, whether you fail or pass, and show that to the judge whether your vehicle is in compliance. Are Jake brakes illegal? I get many complaints from my members, over 1,000 members I have in my group, from Jake brakes. I don't think anybody's monitoring dump trucks. The way they drive up and down 951, I drive about 50 miles an hour, they fly by me. One person in my group stated, why in the world would a trucker use Jake brakes on level ground, like Florida? They were designed for mountainous regions, Pennsylvania, West Virginia, or in the Northwest. The only reason to use a Jake brake in Florida is going over the speed limit. They're speeding. They're driving really fast, and they come to a light, and they want to stop. They don't want to use their brakes, so they use the Jake brakes, which is a compression system, which gives off a huge noise. I live 3/4 of a mile from 951. My windows vibrate some days, not every day, but some days with the dump trucks. It's just a horrendous noise. So why don't we put up signs? Jake brakes prohibited. Try something. Visit the gravel pits. Do not use your Jake brakes. Are you modifying your mufflers? Can't somebody find out about this? To try to preserve our quality of life, we would appreciate it. Noise cameras, which we spoke of before, are being used in New York, New Jersey, Tennessee, California, and Miami Beach. And we feel that they would be an added bonus. Reuben Peckham from England visited us, and we had a meeting with Transportation Planning about the effectiveness and the usage of these cameras. So we would really like you to consider that as well. That way it gives the police, we wouldn't have to use as many police officers. If we had these cameras set up, it would allow the law enforcement to do a lot of other jobs instead of stopping modified mufflers. I don't know if you're on social media or not. I am with my group, but I get a lot of feedback from the community about, and this is just, I don't have to read all this to you, but just comments from people that have lived here for long periods of time. We're residents, we pay taxes, we vote, we work hard, we give back to the community, yet we feel that our consideration of our paradise, my 3 acres of paradise now is being subjected to chronic noise. So it takes away from our quality of life and all my 1,000 members and probably more people. So we're asking you please to consider implementing some of these ideas that we have to quiet the noise. Like I said, oh my God, when I moved here in 2015, it was so quiet and serene at Forest Glen. I loved sitting outside. Now it sounds like a racetrack. Something needs to be done. This is an infringement on our rights. Why don't they just give them tickets or jail time? This is what I hear constantly from my members. And that is just a flyer that, working with the Sheriff's Department, helped design that for us, Quiet Florida. Just who we are, a nonprofit community organization working to preserve peace and quiet in our neighborhoods. And we're asking you to do all you can to help us. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Commissioner Saunders?
Did you have anybody else?
Yes, I do. There's two other speakers.
Comment, Mr. Miller?
I have 3 registered public commenters.
Let's hear from them if you don't mind, Mr. Chairman.
Sir.
Your first speaker will be Joy White. She'll be followed by Beth Petrunoff. What am I doing? Okay. Beth Petrunoff, followed by Mary Young.
Mary Young here? Yeah, if you would just queue at the other podium so we can. Thank you.
Hello. I'm Beth Petronoff, and I'm a city council member and resident of Naples. Mary Tadigan asked me to come today in support of this and to link with the BCC, and this is my reason for being here. I wanted to say that we are a vibrant community who enjoy Collier County's great outdoors. The outdoor activity has increased in the last 3 years with, in our case, the proliferation of outdoor dining. This concept ensures that our businesses grow and thrive. One impediment to growth is the irritating noise generated from these modified mufflers, particularly on Fifth Avenue. It is a loud, irritating guest that is uninvited at a party. The good news is that we have a statute in place, and it's been in place for 45 years. The bad news is we do not really have the resourcing to enforce it. A rule without enforcement are but words on a piece of paper. I would like to see a task force to include the Sheriff's Department to pilot an enforcement program using noise monitors described by Ms. Tadigan. She's a private and caring citizen who voluntarily has taken it upon herself to help our community. It's a tribute to this board that citizenry can have a voice like Mary's. This pilot would determine if we can finally solve the noise issue through an efficient enforcement technology. Nietzsche wrote that our greatest experiences are our quiet moments. I respectfully ask our commissioners to help provide these great experiences to our residents we serve and the visitors that make us thrive. Thank you for your consideration.
Your final speaker is Mary Young.
Good morning, Chair LaCastro and County Commissioners. My name is Mary Young. I'm a resident of the City of Naples, and I'm here today representing the Old Naples Association to talk to you about the growing problem of noise disturbance in and around Old Naples from illegal modified muffler vehicles. I know this is an issue you are well aware of, and I thank you all for the work you are doing to investigate potential ways to address this ongoing problem that has such a profound negative impact on our residents. Old Naples is a vibrant portion of the county, made up of a variety of residential and commercial properties owned by locals who are dedicated to keeping Naples a great place to live, work, and visit. We all market ourselves as a little piece of paradise. Our O&A board spends many hours developing, supporting, and influencing city and county policies that support our mission to preserve the charm and character of our neighborhoods. Many of the noises we hear in the city can't be easily avoided, as they are part of what makes a city tick: traffic, garbage trucks, construction noise. But occasionally, we do have the opportunity to address nuisance noise, like the kind created by modified muffler vehicles, which parade through the most densely populated and most visited commercial areas in our city, namely 5th Avenue South and 3rd Street South, causing havoc among residents and visitors that come to downtown Naples for a relaxing, peaceful, and enjoyable experience of shopping and dining. We also observe that many of these vehicles are regular violators, and it seems are just looking for attention. They do not add to the enjoyment or economic value of the city in any way. We are enthusiastic about the new noise camera technology, which may offer an improved enforcement solution for our police personnel to address this problem in a more efficient and safe manner. Eliminating much of the noise from the cars, trucks, and motorcycles that use modified muffler systems has the potential to make a significant positive impact on the quality of life for our residents and our visitors. We appreciate your efforts to budget for and support these new enforcement efforts that are in line with already approved laws and ordinances. We thank you for your work on this serious problem and for all that you do in service to our community. Thank you.
That was all your speakers on this item, sir.
Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if Sheriff Rambas wants to make a couple comments before I jump in here.
Good morning, Commission. As you know, we have been working together with Quiet Florida. In fact, prior to Quiet Florida being established, we began working. I can tell you that in the last 2 years, the enforcement awareness and information efforts of our organization have really surpassed that of anybody in our region, as the Commissioner mentioned before. So we've made a commitment. I will state for the record that I would support developing a task force, work together with the City of Naples Police Department, the Marco Island Police Department, and the Florida Highway Patrol. We have good working relationships with them. I would ask that you let that group review what the recommendations are, some that have been made here today and others that may be available to us, and allow them to work together with Quiet Florida to develop recommendations for the future for you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Mr. Chairman and members, I already have authorization from the board to work with our legislative delegation to work on some statutory changes to increase fines and to get the Florida legislature to approve the plainly audible rule, have that apply to mufflers as it already applies to loud music from vehicles. And so that's underway. I've met with President Pasadomo's office, and we're reaching out to other delegation members to proceed with that. So, but there are two things that I think I would like to add to that list of things that we're working on currently. One is to try to develop some kind of an educational program, as Ms. Tadigan has pointed out, so that we can have all of our shops that are working on vehicles at least have them educated on the fact that if they are modifying mufflers, that is illegal, and that hopefully that would prevent some of the shops from doing that kind of work. So I'd like for our staff to work with Ms. Tadigan and the Sheriff's Department to develop that type of thing, and then have a program to really disseminate that throughout the county to make sure that all of these shops are aware of what the law is. But more importantly, and I think most significantly, to tag on to what Sheriff Rambas has just said about a task force, I would like the Commission to vote today to ask the Sheriff with Ms. Tadigan and other interested parties to come back with us with how this task force would be constructed, what it would need. And I think Sheriff Rambos would be sort of the lead of helping us develop what this task force would look like. But I'd like that direction from the commission. And I'll just simply, I'll make that as a motion on all four of those items. But one of the things we're all committed to is improving the quality of life of our residents. That's one of the main things of being on a commission. Code enforcement, law enforcement, all of those things are efforts to improve the quality of life of our community. This is just another one of those. And I've spoken to dozens and dozens of people over the last several months concerning noise. I've sat in a restaurant where you're having a nice dinner with your family outdoors, and a vehicle comes by with a modified muffler, and you have to sit there for 5 or 10 minutes just to calm down. And it's just something that is illegal, and we should take even greater efforts to make it as little of a problem as possible. So I would make the motion that we have our staff work with the Sheriff's Department to, number one, develop this education program and make sure it's disseminated throughout the county to individuals and shops that would be of interest, and that we work with Sheriff Rambos to develop this task force and have that recommendation come back to this board as quickly as possible so we can develop that. And then I will continue working with Senator Pasadomo and our legislative delegation on some of the statutory changes. So I'll make that as a motion, Mr. Chairman.
Before we vote on the motion, I have two commissioners lit. Commissioner McDaniel and then Commissioner Hall.
I'll second the motion. I was going to do that anyway, but I did have a comment, and it had to do with the, and I appreciate you clarifying the motion, Commissioner Saunders. I'd like the sheriff to work with our staff to establish the task force, then bring in the public to engage with that task force to better improve the efforts of the task force. So I appreciate that clarification. And as a point of discussion after the second, it had to do with the comment that Mary made with regard to the Jake breaks. I have no issue in installation of no Jake break signs. Those are some of the things that Mary shared. I'm quite familiar with dump trucks and their operations. It's not just, Jake breaks are not just a mechanism utilized in the northern states. They are utilized in the northern states a lot, but they have other benefits that come along with it. The modification of the mufflers has as large of an impact as the utilization of the Jake brakes, and I have successfully reduced the utilization of Jake brakes with communication with the industry, with the mining industry, with the trucking industry, and signage. So if we can go forward with that.
If you'll, I'll modify the motion, if you'll let me do that to add what you've just said.
Okay.
In terms of the Jake breaks and signage, and have staff work with the Sheriff's Department on that issue as well.
I'd second that. I'd second that modification.
Commissioner Hall.
As another point of discussion, when I look at the consequences section of this brochure, the first offense is 315, the second one's 600 and whatever. You don't accidentally have a modified muffler. You do it on purpose, and I'd like to see those consequences raised way up there, even with loss of driver's license, if it was to continue. A lot of people just pay those fines and keep on going. But if the consequences are, remember back to Beretta? If you can't do the time, don't do the crime. That's what I'd like to see, just as a point of discussion. I'd like to see that the consequences be a lot steeper.
Mr. Chairman, if I might just quickly comment on that is part of the effort in terms of increasing the fines. I sort of at one point said, each time somebody gets a ticket, let's double the fine. And after 3 or 4 or 5, 6 tickets, they're going to no longer be able to afford to drive. But we will work on increasing the fines.
Okay, so I have a motion from Commissioner Saunders with some additional changes that Commissioner McDaniel has seconded and agreed to. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Okay, passes unanimously. Because we went a little bit over, and I know she's giving me the evil eye, and we also have a lot of people here and few bathrooms. I'd like us to come back I know 11:20 seems like a lot, but we get a lot of complaints that people are trying to get to the podium and can't get to the restroom and whatnot. So let's come back here at 11:20 sharp and continue. That gives Terry a little bit of an extra break as well. So, okay.
Chair, you have a live mic.
Okay, if we can have everybody take their seats so we can get started on time. For the sake of the agenda, we will now move to 9A, which has a companion item of 12A as well. So, County Manager.
Commissioners, item 9A does require the commissioners to provide ex parte disclosure. This is a recommendation to approve an ordinance amending ordinance number 2000-88, the Cocohatchee Bay Residential Planned Unit Development, increasing the dwelling units from 590 to 600, changing the permitted uses in the golf course district, and increasing the zoned height limitation of 17 stories and 175 feet for Building 5 on the north property line adjacent to Arbor Trace to match the maximum zoned height of the other 4 buildings of 200 feet. The property is located on the northwest and northeast corners of Wiggins Pass Road and Vanderbilt Drive in sections 8, 16, 17, and 20, Township 48 South, Range 25 East, Collier County, Florida, consisting of 532.09 plus acres. This is a companion to item 12A, which I will also read now. Item 12A is a recommendation that the Board of County Commissioners consider the amendment to the settlement agreement and release proposed by Lodge Abbott Associates LLC and Lodge Abbott Investments Associates LLC, owners of the Cocohatchee Bay Planned Unit Development, to allow the Cocohatchee Bay Planned Unit Development to be amended and provide consent to the amendment of the Declaration of Covenants for Area 1 on the golf course track east of Vanderbilt Drive. For these items, we need the participants to stand to be sworn in.
If you've registered to speak, you need to stand and be sworn in, please.
Commissioners, ex parte.
Okay, Commissioner Cowell, ex parte on 9A and 12A.
Yes, sir. I have 9A meetings and correspondences.
Okay, Commissioner Saunders.
Thank you. I have meetings, correspondence, let's see, calls, emails, the whole list.
Okay, sir. Commissioner Hall.
I got it all. Meetings, correspondence, emails, and calls.
Commissioner McDaniel.
Meetings, correspondence, and emails.
Yeah, and I have meetings, correspondence, and emails on both. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Yovanovich.
Thank you.
Before we go to Mr. Ivanovich, just Mr. Miller, how many public speakers do we have?
It's a little fluid because people come and drop off Zoom and get on Zoom, but right now it looks like 46.
Okay. And one of the things that we did at the last meeting that I thought was successful is, we'll make.
You want to go back and
bit.
forth?
Yeah, people, that are on Zoom.
I'll let my Zoom guys know. Thank you.
Mr. Ivanovich, sir, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Good morning. For the record, Rich Ivanovich on behalf of the applicant. With me today for the applicant is Dick Corris. Ellen Summers is our professional planner. Karen Bishop is here to answer questions regarding the project and in particular drainage if necessary. Norm Trebilcock is our transportation consultant, and Tim Hall is our senior ecologist for the project. The Cocohatchee Bay PUD has been around since December of 2000 and has had a history that involved a couple of amendments, and ultimately the project was most recently approved as both a PUD and as a settlement agreement as the result of a Burt Harris action that was filed because the Board of County Commissioners at the time denied our request for an amendment to the PUD. This is unique because you rarely see the requirement to both amend a PUD and amend a settlement agreement, but the PUD is actually referenced in the settlement agreement. Therefore, we have to amend both of those documents. The settlement agreement itself took multiple years to negotiate. Initially, it was presented to the Board of County Commissioners in 2006. You'll probably hear some quotes from that hearing in 2006. But that agreement ultimately was not adopted in 2006, and there were several public hearings before the Planning Commission and meetings with the neighbors as part of the Planning Commission hearings. And ultimately, the settlement agreement was adopted in 2008. So the settlement agreement itself clearly says that it can be amended. And that is what we're here to do today, is request an amendment to the settlement agreement. And that settlement agreement, should the Board of County Commissioners want to amend it or agree to amend it, specifically allows for that process. It also specifically allows for the process of amending the declaration, which requires a supermajority vote to go about doing that. I will take you through a little bit of details of both the settlement agreement and the PUD, but just from a project history standpoint, the project started basically construction in 2015 with the towers you see today. We have recreational facilities. 3 towers are complete and 1 is under construction, and with the last tower to be underway shortly. And that's one of the primary amendments we're making to the PUD to discuss today. And if you've driven by there, you will see that the golf course is under construction. The property is about 539, I think, or 32 acres to get those numbers backwards. It's outlined in blue. And the golf course is, let's see, here's where the golf course is located. And in this vicinity right here, you will find the towers as well as the recreational amenities associated with the development. You will also notice that over 80% of the project is in preserve. The request is to add 10 dwelling units to the existing 590 dwelling units to get to a total of 600 dwelling units within the project. This is less than 1/2 of the density that is permitted under the growth management plan. The growth management plan would allow 3 dwelling units per acre, and we're asking for 1.3 dwelling units per acre. We're asking to increase the height of Building 5 from its 17 stories to 20 stories. It was 175 feet zoned when it was approved, and at that time, the county didn't have an actual height in its ordinances, so there is no cap on the actual height of the proposed Building 5. We are modifying the PUD to include both a zoned height and an actual height as part of this amendment process. We are actually using an amended definition of building height that the county asked us to revise. We are adding an essential service, or allowing essential services to be constructed within the golf course tract. Currently, we are not permitted to have any essential services there, and that is basically for the provision of a fire station that cannot be approved without amending the settlement agreement. We're also adding a commitment to construct an emergency access to provide emergency access to Tarpon Cove, who during the neighborhood information meeting was concerned about they only had one way out, and that was on Wiggins Pass. And through this amendment process, we will be providing them a second way out of their community. We're modernizing, if you will, the PUD to include the typical trip cap as part of the project. And separate from the PUD, we are amending the settlement agreement to not only include the revisions to the PUD we're talking about today, but to also provide a 1.61 acre parcel to the county out of a little over 3 acre parcel that is currently zoned C3 on that piece of property. The exhibits we've shown throughout have evolved. Initially, we showed an exhibit with 100 standard parking spaces on that C3 parcel, and we showed an area that was undeveloped. Our intention was to provide the site to the property but retain an interest over that vacant area to do commercial development. So right now, should the agreement not be amended, the parcel is designated C3, and several commercial uses can occur on that property. Without coming back to the Board of County Commissioners, we would simply do a site development plan and a building permit, and we would move forward with the existing permitted uses on that property. I've had a conversation with one gentleman about what we intended to put on that property as part of the co-development, if you will, of the site. I had mentioned that we would do something similar to, or considering something similar to, Food and Thought, which is you could sit down and eat in Food and Thought. You can buy food at Food and Thought. You can get coffee at Food and Thought. It provided for, I would say, neighborhood level food and services. We're not talking about anything major. That gentleman asked me if we would agree to, I suggested that you tell us what you don't want, and we could see if we can agree to not put those on the property. We got a list of some of the things that they wanted and some restrictions to hours of operation, which we couldn't agree to, but we did commit that we would not put a gas station with pumps there, and we would not put a convenience store, 7-Eleven type use there. We're okay with those commitments on the record today, should this get approved and should we go forward with the development. The master plan currently has the following access points. One of the amendments is to add this access point here to get to a portion of the property, and also to add the essential services use right here, basically on the frontage of US 41. And that is, we've been working with the fire district for that parcel of property, and I'm sure that there's a representative here if you have questions regarding the benefit of this fire station to the overall community service, which I'm assuming would benefit everybody who lives in that area with a reduction or at least stabilizing some of their homeowners insurance rates because of better fire service in the area. As I previously mentioned, the project density is going to be 600 units. The growth management plan would allow 3 units per acre, which is 1,215 units, and our 600 is less than half of the potential units. This exhibit shows a couple of things. It shows first where the fire station would go. It shows where the 5th tower is, and it also shows where the county's and my client's property is. That would be co-developed right here on the corner of Wiggins Pass and Vanderbilt Drive. This is sorry, I've been corrected. It's C2, not C3, but it's C2. Thank you, Ellen. This is a closer up view of where Tower 5 is, Tower 500, in relation to Arbor Trace, which is right here. And this is our proposed building number 5 right here. This shows you the orientation of Arbor Trace in relation to proposed building number 5 and the different view corridors if you're looking out the windows on that particular building in Arbor Trace. And I said this at the Planning Commission. We believe where we've located this, and based upon the exhibit I'm going to show you in a second, there's no impact to the views that people would see by going taller than what we're currently allowed to do. Because right now, what you can see is we can go to 175 feet right now, which is this line right here. This is Arbor Trace over here. We're already taller than Arbor Trace from a view perspective. So in our planner's professional opinion, adding the 3 stories that we're requesting is not incompatible with what already exists to our north in Arbor Trace. This is a conceptual rendering of how the fire district parcel can be developed. We obviously will be coordinating with the fire department and coordinating access with Tarpon Cove to allow for their access through the fire district parcel should as has happened in the past, their front entrance get blocked. They will now have a second way out of their community. I've already taken you through this part of this site to show you where the fire station site would be and the interconnection that would occur with our community, with the community to the south. I mentioned that we're adding the trip cap to the PUD. The 10 new units will add 7 peak hour trips to the overall project, and that is incorporated into the trip cap of 236 two-way PM peak hour trips. From a GMP consistency and compatibility standpoint, the property is in the urban area. It's in the urban mixed-use district, and the site is within the coastal high hazard area. That's why we can't do the typical 4 units per acre. We have to reduce it to 3 units per acre, and I've already gone through that math for you in the past. We have shadow studies that we showed regarding what we're proposing, and there are no shadows cast onto the Arbor Trace property by our proposed project and increase in height. So from that standpoint, there's not a negative impact to our neighbors to the north. This is, again, a closer up of the property. And I went too fast. The amendment to the settlement agreement allows for us to donate to the county 1.61 acres. We're required to both design, permit, and construct a parking facility for the county. The design of that site, you have a conceptual design attached to the settlement agreement, but there will be further discussions with county staff as to the actual layout and actual parking spaces that the county would like to see. The construction will be complete by May 1, 2026. And the county has incorporated into the PUD an off-site condition now that doesn't currently exist, that we do this parking lot and adding it to the PUD. So that commitment will be in 2 locations, the PUD as well as into the settlement agreement. Just want to highlight a couple of the uses that are allowed on that site that we've agreed to eliminate. I mentioned the gas stations allowed, convenience stores are allowed. We've agreed to eliminate that. Restaurants are allowed. Eating places are allowed. And we will not be giving up our right to have an eating place on the site. We will not agree that there cannot be the sale of alcohol, some of the other conditions that the neighbors had requested. But we are, again, willing to work with the community for purposes of, and the county for purposes of the plan. I just want you to note that there has always been an understanding that there would be development on this property by my client, even with the county parking facility to be on that property. In fact, after the NIM, I had some conversations with Mr. Rodriguez about what that development would look like. Mr. Rodriguez tried to get us to give the county the entire site with no development on it, and we respectfully said we can't agree to that. We would like to be able to develop a portion of the property. We've met with Mr. Rodriguez, and the parking has evolved, if you will. We had standard parking spaces. Now the preference is to have boat trailer parking spaces, and we will continue to have discussions with Mr. Rodriguez as to how the county would like to see us develop the property. Just a brief summary of where we are. We're increasing from 590 to 600 dwelling units. We're adding 3 stories to building number 5. We're adding an essential service on the golf course tract, and we're requesting an amendment to the settlement agreement to allow for all of these uses, the fire station and the access to Tarpon Cove, as well as the donation of the county property. The Planning Commission recommended approval, 6-1, and staff is recommending approval of our proposed changes. Ellen is here if you want further testimony regarding consistency with the growth management plan and consistency with the LDC. And your staff has already made those determinations that we are consistent with both the growth management plan and the PUD. And that's an overview of why we're here. We're here directly as what the settlement agreement says. The parties can amend it. We're asking you to amend it. We think there's benefits to the community as well as the developer in amending this. And with that, that's our overview of our project, and when we're available to answer any questions you may have of me or anybody on our team.
Okay. Obviously, this is in District 2, so it's appropriate that we start with Commissioner Hall. Sir, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chair. So, Rich, we met on Friday, and we reviewed all of this, and I asked you a question that what would it take to get all 3 acres given to the county instead of just half of it? Have you thought about that?
Just a little bit. My client and I spent a lot of time after we met, and we actually engaged the services of what we think the appropriate professionals. So what we are proposing to you will not detrimentally affect the property owners to the north. What my client is, he has a couple of concerns. One, he's not sure what FEMA is going to do to him regarding building height. And 2, floor to ceiling heights within the building are also something to be more consistent with the products that are out there today and the competition that's out there today. My client is not asking for any more density. My client is simply asking that he be able to do 10-foot ceilings versus 9-foot ceilings, and that correlates to an additional 20 feet in height. So my client would give up all development rights on the county piece and his piece if we could keep the 20 stories, but instead of, so we would add 20 feet to the zoned height, 20 feet to the actual height. And I have an exhibit. We did a shade analysis because we thought that people would be concerned about what does that 20 feet do to our neighbors. And if Ellen can help me pull it up, I won't use my iPad because I don't want to make it part of the record. We did, I'm sorry. We looked at, you can see the red is the increase in 20 feet in height. And the red is the increase in the shadows at the winter solstice. This is the 1230. These are the worst case scenarios, worst shadows that will be created throughout this proposed development. And you will see that the increase in height and the increase in shadows doesn't block anybody's, or doesn't take over anybody's buildings on the property to the north. Do I just go, how do I get to the next one at 4:30? Right here, thank you. And then we did it at 4:30 in the afternoon, also worst case scenario for the creation of shadows. And you will see that the additional red shadows does not cast a shadow on any of the buildings to the north. So our request is, should the county want the entirety of the property, that we get those additional 20 feet. That allows for greater ceiling height within the buildings or within the units as they exist today. And it's not a request for any more units than currently is being requested. But yes, that height would be requested in exchange for giving up all of the development rights on the property.
So you're asking for the 10 units and the 3 extra stories, plus an additional 20 feet.
Correct.
You give us essential services zoning for the fire station. You put a back door for Tarpon Cove for their emergency entrance and exit. And you give us all 3 acres and forego development on that property.
That's correct.
All right. And then I have one more question. You know, in multiple conversations with the people of District 2 in that area, the settlement has been an issue. Like it was promised we wouldn't open this settlement up again, but the value of looking at reopening this settlement is for us to gain the fire station and the 3 acres. So it's not like the petitioner is asking for something else to open it up to come back and ask for 60 more units or whatever. He's just asking for the 5th building to be equal to the other 4, the same density as the other 4, with the exception now of 20 feet extra because of what what'd you say about FEMA?
Well, FEMA keeps changing as far as the height goes, and to be consistent with the new marketplace, most of the buildings in this category have 10-foot ceilings. So we would like to be, instead of 9-foot ceilings, we have like to have 10-foot ceilings.
Okay. Now the question would be, what's going to keep you from coming back in the future for another settlement amendment?
When we mentioned that there's no land left. So there's nothing else to develop. The golf course takes up all that space. You're a golfer, you know how the golf industry has taken off. So that's a very valuable asset. So it's not going anywhere. And so there's no more land left on the west side of the road.
All right. So we have the 3 issues really of whether we're going to open the settlement and agree to that. That's obvious, of benefit to the county. Then there's the ask for the height and the density, and then the give of the fire station and the access, and now all 3 acres.
Right.
And I think that's a decent deal.
That's it. That's all we're asking.
I think that's a good deal. And
Wait.
we'll hear public comment, but I think that's a fair ask. It's a win-win other than the density. The 10 units, in my opinion, aren't bothering a thing. They're adding tax value to the county. They're not bothering traffic. You know.
Wait. Let Commissioner
Time out.
Everyone's going to get.
Everybody's going to get. We've got 46 people we're going to get to hear.
Sir, you've got the floor.
I'm just rehashing, making sure that I'm very clear and my colleagues are very clear of what the deal is. And you said there's no more land to come back in the future to ask for any more amendments.
On the west side, it's fully spoken for. On the east side,
Citizens, please. You're going to get your turn at the podium. Let the commissioner speak with the applicant, please.
the east side is a golf course with a very expensive clubhouse that's going to be built, many, many millions of dollars. Can I say never the golf course will ever come forward? I know better than to ever say that ever again. But if I were a betting person, I would think that it'd be one heck of an ask, knowing that they tried it one other time to put residential on the golf course. I can't imagine they would come back and try to do that again. But what do I know? Dick Corus and I will probably be long gone before that
Well, I think
potential possibility could occur.
the green space is valuable, so.
Yes.
What the public probably doesn't know is there's some other things that the applicant has done for the county. And I'd like for that to be public knowledge, if you could explain those things.
Yeah, when the county has needed this property for hurricane cleanup, my client has always been there and provided that site. Most recently, last year, when the county, after the hurricane, needed a place to take stuff to from the hurricane, my client provided that probably almost instantly with the ask. I mean, it was quickly. He said, sure, you can have the site. They've done that multiple times. So my client has been ready, willing, and able to help the community with hurricane cleanup on multiple occasions. Hasn't ever advertised that. Hasn't said, hey, look at us. We're such great citizens. We've just done it because we were asked to, and it's because it was the right thing to do. So that's, I would say, the primary community give back that the county's done. And as you know, in the original settlement agreement, there were a lot of payments made to help with community infrastructure related to that settlement agreement. But since the settlement agreement was entered into, there have been multiple asks by the county to help with cleanup in emergencies, and we've done it.
Was one of those the $3 million toward the bridge there on Vanderbilt?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So if we don't approve this, you keep the 3 acres, you can do whatever you want to do with it, with no promises or anything.
Well, other than a promise that I'll get developed someday.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to go to Commissioner McDaniel, and then let's start with public comment after that. Sir?
And I think maybe my first question is for staff. And it has to do with the newly established trip counts. We talk about these peak hour trip counts all the time. Who enforces that, and what are the ramifications in the event that it's triggered?
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director, and I may have to bring up Trinity to talk about enforcement on the trip caps. But from an infrastructure standpoint, the additional 10 units are not expected to create any unreasonable burden on the existing infrastructure. In terms of actual monitoring the additional caps on the trips associated with it, I think the process that transportation has established, I'll turn to Trinity to give a better explanation because that's outside of mine.
You've been doing really well muddling along until she got there.
Yeah.
So.
Good morning. For the record, Trinity Scott, Department Head for Transportation Management Services. I should have maybe bumbled along a little bit and let him go. So when an applicant comes forward for a site development plan or a Platson plan, they will provide us with a traffic impact statement and those trips are calculated based on the Institute of Transportation Engineering, their manuals. So for each type of unit, there are a certain number that are assigned. We keep a running tally of that. Typically every year and a half, those calculations are updated. So if you have a single family house today, the calculation may be it's 8 trips per day. If you go 2 years from now, it may increase to 10 based on different studies. So what it could mean is that when someone is getting towards the end of their development, if those trip calculations have increased over the years, they may not be able to realize the full units that they've been approved for. They may have to cut a unit or two to be under that trip cap. So we look at it when they come in for the site development plan, but we don't go out and do actual traffic counts after the fact.
Okay. Are and I doubt that the calculations actually carry the potential for the use change that was, I think, I heard agreed for the reduction in intensity for the commercial uses that are not going to be there if the entire 3 acres is bequeathed. That would actually reduce the trip counts.
Correct.
Correct. Okay. Then my other question is, and I don't know if it's the applicant or you, there was a representation of completion of construction by X of 26.
Yeah, if we only gave you a portion of the property and we designed, permitted, and constructed, we had to finish construction of the parking facilities by, I think it was, I have to go back to that slide, I think it was May 1st.
Okay, so that completion of the construction had to do with the bequeathed property and the parking spaces that were going to be provided for boat access.
Right, and with our co-developing.
Okay. Yes. Not the construction of the Tower 5.
No, I don't know.
There's no limitations on it.
No
I just wanted clarification of that. Thank you.
And if I can, since I had a break, Commissioner Hall, I left a few things off that the developer has done. Coordinated with the fire district during these hurricane events to provide meals and other things like that, but also utilize their own equipment to help coordinate with debris cleanup for communities in the area. And I think critically important, my client has spent $4 million on a regional drainage facility to not only address its project, but drainage in the area. So that's significant public improvements that my client has done in assisting the community above and beyond what was needed for its project.
Go ahead, sir.
I just want to clear up for the public because some of the emails that I'm getting, there's still some misconceptions of what the applicant's rights are with the C2 zoning, with the 3 acres that he has. He can do anything that's listed for C2 that he wants. He does not have to go ask for public input. He does not have to get permission from them or not get buy-in or whatever. He can merely just start an SDP and go through the building process and do what he wants. I want to make that clear because this 3 acres is a separate part. It's completely separate from the PUD and the settlement amendment that he's asking. He's offering that as a gift to the county, totally separate. And for us to try to hammer him or expect him to come to the public to do what he already has the rights to do, I'm saying that because we can talk them out of this. And from where I come from, I've learned you never knock a gift horse in the mouth. So we can turn him down on his densities and his height. Then he retains the whole 3 acres to do what he wants to and doesn't have to ask a bit of permission. I just want to make that perfectly clear.
And we don't do the fire station, and we don't do the emergency access.
Right. We get nothing.
Okay. Let's go to public comment if that's okay. I don't have anybody else lit up. Mr. Miller, why don't you, if you can, one of the things I would just tell citizens, so you have 3 minutes at the podium. Some of you have been here many times before. It's really advantageous if you have somebody that's really representing your group and is, maybe a comfortable speaker at the podium. You can yield your time to another person, and I'll just say generically, one person speaking at the podium that has 15 minutes, time yielded from other people, can be more effective to put together your view than 3 people that just rapid fire, we agree, we disagree, we agree, disagree, but it's totally you. This building was built for the people, so nobody's gonna cut you off. You get a little over 3 minutes, we wanna keep things going. And lastly, I'll just say, if the 5 speakers before you said exactly what you would say, you still have the option to come to the podium, but in fairness to try to move things along, we appreciate when someone says everything's already been said that I wanted to say, but nobody's trying to talk you into that. I just wanted to make some generic statements on how the process works here. Having said that, Mr. Miller, if we go with public speakers and if you queue up at both podiums, but then at some point he's going to transition to some people online so that we know they're paying attention and we're not forgetting about them and we get a good mixture of feedback. So, sir.
All right, Mr. Chairman, your first speaker is Perry DiCiotto. He'll be followed by Ron Rogers. Mr. DiCiotto has been seated additional time from David Hebner. Could you raise your hand when I call your name? Thank you. Michael T. Gilbert. Or, I'm sorry, it is Michelle. My apologies, Michelle. And Deborah Fox. So Mr. DiCiotto will have a total of 12 minutes. And Mr. Rogers, you'll be over at the other podium. What? Oh, you're going to yield your time to Perry, so that will give him a total of 15 minutes. Okay, well, I did not see the mark that way on your slips.
What's your name back, sir?
Who else said they want to donate time to him? Okay, let me try to... How was your spelling your last name, sir? Oh, here you are. Anyone else seating time? That's the only other one I found marked. So, Mr. DiCiotto, you'll have a total of 8 minutes and 18 minutes, excuse me, and will be followed by David Goldstein.
The lady with her hand up, Troy.
Ma'am?
Yes, ma'am. Okay. can you please come over to the table and see me? It's kind of hard to do this on the fly.
Right now, we're just looking for people that want to cede time to this gentleman, and sir, it sounds like you have 18 minutes to speak. So why don't we proceed?
Well, thank you, Commissioners. My name's Perry Desiato. I'm president of the Tarpon Cove Committee. And we're part of the coalition of the communities along the Wiggins Pass corridor, which consists of Wiggins Lakes Preserves, Cove Towers, Wiggins Bay, Pelican Isle, Aqua, and the Wiggins Dock Association. That's over 1,000 people that have been concerned, have been very involved in all this going on for years and years and years. And every time we think we have a deal, we find out we don't have a deal. So it's very concerning to us with items 9A and 12A, and we want to address them in tandem. I want to start off with your consideration to the settlement agreement itself on the Cochahatchee Bay PUD. Since we've been in 8 years, we thought that we finally got this done. So my first question is, when is a deal a deal? When is it really a deal? It seems like every time we think it's a deal, it changes again. This is very frustrating. This is the third time that I can recall that Lodge Abbott has looked to change the settlement agreement. So my question is, why do we need to change the agreement? Why? Why is it necessary to change it? Let me start with two quotes from an email from the organization by Commissioner Hall to our organization. The first quote, "The developer is being generous to the people of the county by offering us parking and limiting his development options." Secondly, in a response to a question about, well, what happened to parking only on Track 10 that the developer committed to during our NIM meeting, what happened to that? And our Commissioner Hall's response, quote, unquote, "It's still in effect on Parcel A. Parcel B was always intended to be developed." Really? It was never mentioned in the NIM meeting. We have it in writing from the developer. We have drawings that the developer gave us. It was never brought into two parcels. It was never an A and a B. It was just, and you say it, and I quote it, adding 10 units to increase our total to 590 to 600 units. We'll give you the essential service. That's the fireplace lot. And we will allow a donation to the county of the 3± acres parcel for 100 parking spaces. That was it. There was no A, there was no B. We're going to donate it, the whole thing, to the county. They gave us pretty drawings, and it showed us the same thing in their drawing. It's 100 spaces for the boat parking, 0 anything else on it. Never mentioned. So when I look at that, I say to myself, what was so generous about that? We're simply trying to make a deal to increase the density. And why? Because we all know that the real estate market has gotten much hotter. So the builder now wants to take advantage of that market space. It was never disclosed about the 42 spaces and building a strip center in that commercial piece. And we only found out about it by accident 2 weeks ago that this was going to happen. So the developer statement and his drawings show that Track 10 was always supposed to be for the parking lot and give us a slice of the firehouse land and in trade-off give us 10 more units. Now, I feel that either the developer was deceiving us at the NIM meeting or decided to renege on his proposal. It was one of the two items because he put it in writing, he gave us the drawings, he's the one that told us what he wanted to get done. Now it's all changed. So was the NIM meeting truthful or deceitful, or is the developer being reneged? At the very least, I'm asking that there's continuance of 60 days on this hearing to formulate a new NIM meeting so the developer can come back and give us a truthful story on what he wants to do on this residence and not to consider their request for their changes. If you really want them to have their units, If you think that's that important to you, then let's get a continuance again and go back to the deal we've accepted before. And I have to admit now that I just heard, Commissioner, I was going to trash all over you, but I got to give you kudos, bud. You came back on the end here. If the developer, in fact, is going to drop it totally, then my question is the county going to own this land? Is the developer still going to own this land? If the county's going to own this land, what are you going to do with it? Are you going to do something to it later? Are you going to put a parking lot in for the boat overflow? Or are you going to be able to do something commercial on it because it didn't change the zoning? So I have that question. You know, what's going to happen if you do take it over in regards to that? Lastly, if you just say no to the extra 10 units, simply because, and I was a builder for 30 years, when I went in for a zoning change or an amendment to a zoning change, it's because I had to prove hardship. There was a hardship problem that came up during my development, and now I'm here to get an amendment change because of this hardship. What hardship is it for the present plan that now we have, that you want to increase the building from 17 to 20 stories? The hardship is strictly this for the builder. Those 10 extra units will yield $90 to $100 million in sales, and that's what this is all really about. It's to pick up the sales money, nothing else. That's all they want. We all know it. So if that's what they want, give us what we want. When is a deal not a deal if you don't give us what we want?
Sir, you're speaking to us.
Okay, but these are my Goombas in here, and these are who I talk
They're my
to.
Goombas too. So we're both Italian, and they're all our Goombas, but you're here to speak to the commissioners.
All right.
So no, continue, sir.
Okay, sorry about that. I get a little excited. In any event, if in fact the commission can add to, if the developer is willing to give it up so he can put a 10-foot ceiling in his units instead of 9, I quite frankly, I don't think that's so bad of a deal, but I got to have a little confidence in, what are you going to do with the 3 acres that you have now? Is it going to sit the way it is? What's your intentions? Because we learned there was going to be a strip center. So, okay, if that's off the table today, what's on the table tomorrow for the piece? I think that needs to be clarified, and I thank you.
Sir, grazie.
Your next speaker is David Goldstein, and he will be followed by Terry Labine. Oh, that's a you, LeBeau. I'm sorry.
Before you start the clock on my 3 minutes, I do have a question for council. And that is whether receipt of a donation from council for the developer or the developer should have required disclosure on the ex parte issues.
Not in the meeting.
You just heard them in public talk about it. There's nothing secret about it, which is the purpose of ex parte, so there's no secret discussions. That's the purpose. You've just heard a public discussion of it, so your question is irrelevant.
There was no public discussion of contributions to the campaigns or to the candidates. That's what I'm concerned about for the ex parte question.
I have no idea what you're talking about, sir.
Okay.
Just for the record, I received 0 from the applicant.
Sir, continue. The floor is yours.
Okay. My name is David Goldstein. I'm president of Tower Trace, one of the entities which, together with our 2 condo associations and our management service company, comprise Arbor Trace. I'm speaking on behalf of all these entities. I'm going to repeat a couple of the questions that were raised earlier. One is, why are we here today? And 2 is, when, if ever, is a settlement agreement final? In 2006, the last time Lodge Abbott sought and obtained an amendment, Rich Ivanovich said on the record, it is our commitment to limit density to 590, and we will not come in and ask for amendment to increase that density. That is, in fact, a commitment, which is why I again ask, why are we here today? One of the major issues in the prior proceedings, which extended over several years, was the height of the towers in general and the fifth tower in particular. It is clear from the record that the reason for limiting the height of the fifth tower to 17 stories was to provide a better architectural look vis-a-vis the Arbor Point high-rise. And now I find out today for the first time that not only are they looking to go to 20 stories, but to also increase the height to add another 20 feet. At that point, it towers over the other pieces of Collier Bay as well as Arbor Trace. This makes no sense at all. Furthermore, why should the developer gain additional rights when it has not yet met its obligation in the original PUD to build a perimeter berm? The lack of a berm exacerbated the damage suffered by Arbor Trace during Hurricane Ian by facilitating water flow from Collier Bay into Arbor Trace. For 17 years ago, Lodge Abbott made a commitment to limit the number of units, and there's no reason to allow changes at this time. Furthermore, there is nothing here that, if the agreement is amended, eliminates the right for further amendments in the future. For all of these reasons, we ask the Commission to deny the proposed amendment, at least with respect to the approved number of units and stories in Collier Bay. Please note that there is nothing that would prevent Arbor Trace from coming back. If you feel you must vote, you have to at least vote to eliminate the right to amend the agreement, which is why I ask if a settlement agreement is ever final. This thing should not have been reopened after 17 years, and there's nothing that precludes the possibility of it being reopened again in the future. Thank you. Please do not modify the agreement.
Yeah, Terry LeBeau wanted to cede her time to Paula Kutlick, who will be our next speaker. She will have 6 minutes. She will be followed on Zoom by Ann Rocchio and then Barbara Kelly. What is your name, sir? David. Yes. Okay. It'll be 9 minutes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you.
I don't think I'll need 9 minutes. Thank you. My name is Paula Kutlick. I live at Aqua. I am part of the concerned citizens and community of Wiggins Pass. We have a real conundrum here. We have a possible deal, and I think their past history leaves us all suspect of this deal. So I think the first question we have to get out of the way is, what does the county plan on doing with this three acres? What do you think? And I know this might be a surprise to you. What would be your gut reaction? What do you think you're going to do? Do you think you're going to put up a parking deck? Are we trading one devil for another?
No, we're just hearing from you, ma'am. It's not a Q&A.
Well, I understand that, but that's one of our concerns. You know, we have a residential community. Yes, this is zoned commercial, but it's been zoned commercial since 1982. We have a very luxurious neighborhood here, and it's been a very nice, luxurious neighborhood for years now. So that is a very big issue for all of us here. To put anything commercial in that place now, or even a parking deck, would ruin a gorgeous neighborhood. So that's for obviously future problems. But obviously we're all concerned with them sticking to a deal. And I'm speaking out of turn maybe, but what if this is a proposal? Rather than grant them their request at this point in time, why don't we have them have a deal whereby you agree to grant them their request to the increased height in exchange for them transferring this property to the county, and do it at the same time, rather than, okay, we'll give you the land, but it's going to be, you give them this first, and then maybe they'll give you the land, because that seems to be the past track record. I don't think anybody wants to be back here facing the same situation, which seems to have happened before. I think we're all concerned with that happening. It's a suggestion, And I think that we've got to have some faith here, because we don't have it from them. We've had bad faith, in our opinion, and I think it's about time we have something in writing from them. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Your next speaker will be on Zoom, Ann Rocio, and she will be followed on Zoom by Barbara Kelly and then Bill Lambert. Ann, you're being prompted to unmute your microphone if you'll do so at this time. And Ann Rocio. All right, stick with me, Zoom people. Let's move on. Let's try Barbara Kelly. Barbara, you should be receiving a prompt to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. I see you there, Barbara.
Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to say that in the past, Lodge Abbott was allowed to increase the height of all the buildings except for Building 5. And without notice, they had also increased the footprint of all the buildings by turning them on an angle instead of being in a straight line. And because of this, the buildings are closer together than was allowed on the original plan. And this afforded them the ability to increase the number of bedrooms on the original plan that were not on the original plan. And this afforded them the ability to increase how close they were to each other as well. So they aren't as far apart as they were supposed to be in the first place. And they also did try to change the proposed golf course into family housing, which we really opposed and was voted down. So what's to stop them from trying to come back again and do that again? The big concern is that they will not hold to this deal and will keep coming back to try and change it. Thank you.
Your next speaker on Zoom is going to be Bill Lambert, and he will be followed by Karen, I'm going to guess at this pronunciation, Wone. Mr. Lambert, you're being prompted to unmute your mic. I see you've done that. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm a resident and the president of the Homeowners Association from Falling Waters North, which is just north of where the fire station off the golf course property. And many of our homeowners have communicated with me and myself. We are concerned about the noise related to a fire station being there in a residential area. We have Tarpon Cove on the south side of them, and up on the north. It's all residential communities, and a fire station brings noise. At least my experience with a fire station is a lot of times the doors are open. They have loud bells that ring when somebody's phone rings. And of course, when the fire alarms go off, when they have calls, those types of things. And it's we bought our condos, our properties 20 years ago. This was zoned residential. There was no change, noted. Then the residentials were moved with the previous agreements to build into Collier Bay, and they made it golf course property. So, and now the golf course is being built, and now we wanted to put a fire station up there. It's going to be a noise, and it's a change that when we bought our condos, there was no notice that, this could be we could build a shopping center, or we could build a, whatever here. This was a residential area. So we have concerns over that. And it's my understanding that less than a mile away, the county or the fire district, whatever, owns a property on Old 41 that was slated for a golf course or for a fire station. So why, if the builder wants to donate a fire station, why don't we have it built over there? Just that's our concerns. Thank you for the time.
Your next speaker is going to be Karen Wone, W-O-H-N. Karen, I hope I'm spelling that correctly. You should be getting prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do that at this time. I see you have. Karen, you have 3 minutes. And Karen, well, I'm sorry, 1 minute, Karen. Karen will be followed in here in the room by Daniel CER. Go ahead, Karen.
Sure. So I'm a resident of Pelican Isle, neighboring Pelican Isle. And so I have two requests for the commission to consider with regard to parcels A and B designated at this point as a parking lot. And really, my first concern is there's a tree buffer and the landscape buffer that's shown on the proposed drawings. And I ask that however this property ends up going, if it's county property or if it goes over for development, that this be built out quickly. We talked about a May 2026 completion. That's 2.5 years of looking at the property as it is now. I suspect there'll be construction vehicles on there during what's happening at the golf course. But regardless, I really would like us to put some attention on the streetscape on the Vanderbilt Drive side especially, which we all view from Pelican Isle and anyone driving down the street. My second comment is if parcel B does become a restaurant, there is an outdoor dining component that's shown on the drawings, which is probably a huge concern to a lot of people that are very close to that. But I do ask if that's approved for whatever reason, that the use of that be limited to dawn and dusk, which is when the public lunch would be used. So we have no nighttime component in that area. We have a very low noise level currently in the neighborhood, and I would like to make sure that we continue to keep that in the future. Thank you.
Your next speaker here in the room is Daniel CER. He'll be followed by James Phil.
Good morning, Council. My name is Daniel CER, a resident of Wiggins Pass, and I did what you asked. I cut it in half because of earlier comments. So I will leave you with this. My concern is the 1.3 acres she just talked about becoming rezoned to commercial, allowing for a restaurant or a store, and I had heard a gas station, but I guess that's moot at this point, at the Vanderbilt Wiggins Pass southeast corner. When there's a mile away is 41, maybe less than a mile, with restaurants, a gas station, stores that are still unoccupied. So please protect us from the rich that appear to challenge our system, laws, and our rules. Developers should not be able to lead government, and it sounds like you don't allow that either. I'm confident you're against it.
Your next speaker is James Phil. He'll be followed by Mark Lowe.
Thank you for the time. Thank you for the time. My name is James Phil. I'm a resident of Falling Waters North Preserve. We are on the north side of the access road from the fire station, with our neighbor being Tarpon Cove. Between us was a natural preserve, drainage basin, floodplain, call it what you will. And now right in the middle of that is an elevated road. Now, my most concerning are the acres and acres of increased elevation of the golf course. When Ian came through, most of that golf course was probably underwater at the time. Now visually, it's 3 feet higher. I have questions for the board, developer, probably Swift Mud. What was the previous mean elevation of that golf course parcel? And what will be the final elevation of that parcel? It's obviously much higher than it was. How many cubic yards of fill dirt were brought in by those hundreds of dump trucks? I'm sure engineers requested a specific amount, or accountants could verify this amount with their invoices. An interesting math calculation would be the total number of fill dirt yards equals how many gallons of displaced water. I'm sorry if I'm bothering you on your phone.
No, you're not bothering me.
I did see that the large storm drain pipes were put in under Wiggins Pass Road where it intersects with Vanderbilt. Those will work fine for rain events at low tide. All of that was underwater during Ian. That's not the cure-all. My concern, in summation, my concern is our complex and surrounding communities that have not increased our elevations will become the floodplain. Thank you for your time.
Your next speaker is Mark Lowe. He will be followed on Zoom by Charles Wolf and then Dale Meyer.
All right, my name is Mark Lowe. I am the property manager for Arbor Trace. I too have some drainage or flooding concerns. So I ask that the county commissioners do not change the PUD or open the settlement agreement. During Hurricane Ian, Arbor Trace did have flooding, significant flooding coming from our neighbors, Collier Bay. Since then, we have realized why. First of all, they filled in a retention pond and made it a construction parking lot. Thankfully, the South Florida Water Management District has come out and have asked them to change that, but it's too late. We lost 50 cars. We lost our community bus. We would have had more support here, but we don't have a community bus. Most of our residents are senior citizens, average age about 85 years old. So besides losing over 50 vehicles and seeing damage to our property, they still have not built the perimeter berm that has been discussed earlier by some other public speakers. This perimeter berm is part of the original pub. This perimeter berm would have prevented probably a lot of the flooding or damage that our community suffered. Why change the pub until they live up to the obligations of that pub? One other thing, the deal that Commissioner Hall made with the developer really is no deal for Arbor Trace, and I don't think it's a deal for the other communities either. First of all, Arbor Trace gets nothing out of this deal. And then, as mentioned, Falling Waters doesn't want the fire station there, so that's not a deal. And the commercial parking, that's not a deal either, because we don't know what the county's going to do. Plus, just from my understanding is the fire station and a parking lot for boat, that was already part of a deal. So what deal is the community getting? So if the commissioners are thinking about maybe changing the PUD or opening a settlement agreement for this deal, I'd ask you that you rethink, because it's not a deal.
Your next speaker on Zoom will be Charles Wolf, and he will be followed also on Zoom by Dale Meyer. Mr. Wolf, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do so at this time. Charles Wolf. Mr. Wolf, you should be getting prompted to unmute yourself. All right, we'll try him later. Let's try Dale Meyer. Mr. Dale Meyer, you being prompted to unmute yourself, if you'll do that at this time. I see you've unmuted.
I believe I'm unmuted now.
Yes, sir. You have
Thank
3
you very
minutes.
much. Thank you, commissioners, for your time. I just wanted to say that the proposal that Commissioner Hall is looking at for the 3 acres on the corner of Wiggins Pass Road and Vanderbilt seems like a very good compromise for that situation on that. And I really appreciate his efforts on behalf of all the residents in that area. But I do have concerns that have been voiced before about what's the actual use of that 3 acres on that corner, and if it's all for boat parking or recreational to support the recreational people on the weekends that want their boats. I'm all for it, and it limits the diminishment of a quiet enjoyment of all the residents around that area. So thank you very much, Commissioner Hall, and I hope you can make that deal work. That is all.
Okay, thank you. We're going to now go to David Court on Zoom, and hopefully we'll follow David up with David Sibbets. Mr. Court, I see you've unmuted. Well, I thought you had unmuted yourself. Where did Mr. Court go? I think Mr. Court might have accidentally hung up. No, there he is. Mr. Court. Let's try him again.
Yes.
There you go. Thank you, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Commissioners, my name is David Court. I live at Cove Towers Preserve in North Naples, and I'm a spokesperson for concerned citizens and communities of Wiggins Bay, which, as you may know, is a group representing well over 1,000 residents and dock owners immediately adjacent to the proposed Track 10 development. Hopefully you've had a chance to read the article in today's Naples Daily News that provides background information on our viewpoint. We were originally planning on opposing the PUD amendment and also the revised amendment to the settlement agreement because of our concerns about the commercial development. We are now, in light of Mr. Yovanovitch's proposal to donate the entire 3 acres to Collier County, we are withdrawing our opposition to the PUD amendment and the settlement agreement changes, with the proviso that the settlement agreement specifically includes the entire 3 acres being donated to Collier County. I think I echo the concerns about from the other speakers about what exactly will be done with the 3 acres. I might even, since the 2-hour discussion earlier this morning about Conservation Collier, suggest that this is environmentally sensitive land and it's within a couple hundred feet of the existing Cocohatchee Preserve, and that it be added to the preserve. In any event, I wanted to thank Commissioner Hall for all of his hard work and engagement on this issue with our group, as well as with the developer. And we see this as a win-win. We would support the proposals that were discussed today, including complete donation of the 3 acres of Tract 10 to Collier County. Thank you.
Your next speaker on Zoom is David Sibbets. He will be followed here in the room by Judy Pillay. Mr. Sibbets, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do that at this time. I see you've unmuted. You have 3 minutes, sir.
I waive my 3 minutes. Thank you.
All right. We're going to go to Judy Pillay here. Judy, did Hermione want to cede time to you? Yes. Okay, so she will have... Hermione, can you raise your hand for me? Oh, thank you. She will have 6 minutes, and she will be followed by Howard London. Wait, just waive your time? Okay. So instead of Howard, after Ms. Pillay, Richard... Is it Dooley? Okay. Ms. Pillay?
I'm Judy Pillay. I've lived in this area, Mr. Hall's district, for 20 years. How to slay our dragon? Apparently, we can't. Or can we? Who is our? Who controls our dragon? Let me set the scene. Vanderbilt Drive in the year 2000, 17 driveways between Wiggins Pass Road to the south and Woods Edge Parkway to the north. Lovely developments that honored the statements from leadership that we did not want to become another Miami Beach. Not too many years later, Collier Bay presented plans to develop both sides of Vanderbilt near Wiggins Pass, asking to put over 100 houses on what is now the golf course land, brought out many residents in the area. The traffic on Vanderbilt, plus the traffic on Wiggins Pass, along with the bicycles, would create a dangerous situation for all. An agreement got hammered out, also known as the settlement agreement. That agreement kept being modified. Fast forward. Building 1 became 60 feet wider. This meant that all the other buildings had to be skewed to fit on the property. The developer asked for other changes. 2,000 residents in the area signed petitions asking the commissioners not to open the agreement. Commissioners who were elected to represent their constituents once again ignored us and continued to allow the developers to put up more buildings that certainly do not fit in the architecture in the area. Please Google California high-rise prisons. We, who were here first, love our area. We have had tortoises and bears, bobcats and eagles, beautiful trees and seabirds, with unrivaled sunsets from the time we got near the end of Wiggins Pass Road to our drive north on Vanderbilt Drive. But not anymore. We no longer have those, the very reason we bought here. We are trying to save the integrity of our Cocohatchee Bay neighborhoods. Regardless of contributions you may have received, we are urging you to please, please do not open our settlement agreement. You represent us, and we are asking you to help slay the dragon, the overbuilders, those who want quantity of units, not life quality for those who were here first. Please do not open our settlement agreement. As I've tried to so clearly state, opening up the settlement agreement can and will change the density of population. It will destroy the faith in our county commissioners who promised to uphold that agreement. The golf course could very easily become 60 or more homes, as originally requested, and our beautiful green space will never be. As presented to the Planning Commission, the land on the southeast corner of Wiggins Pass was going to be given to the county for 100 boat trailer parking and maintained by Lodge Abbott. There were no strings ever mentioned. Now they're adding the strings. Give them 3 more floors, and then I urge you to listen to the residents of this area. Do not destroy the public trust. Please do not open the settlement agreement. Thank you.
Your next speaker here in the room is Richard Dooley, and he will be followed by Frank Hallis.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, thank you. My name's Richard Dooley. I'm a resident of Princeton Place, abuts the Track 10. I had to change my whole thing because of the settlement. Compliments to council, split the opposition. Arbor Trace is now on one side, the residents of Wiggins Pass are on the other. Compliments to you, Commissioner Hall. I think that's a reasonable idea. I'm a realist. When is a settlement agreement not able to be amended? When there's a penalty for opening it. Let me suggest I'm in favor of a 60-day workshop, a 60-day moratorium while we put together a workshop. Add a $10 million penalty to opening the amendment, and probably you won't get it reopened. Maybe the parking situation, we know that you have to put a parking lot, otherwise the developer is going to have a problem with overflow parking. So maybe we work something out that we get some kind of a buffer zone that covers Princeton Place and maybe up and down the area that abuts the golf course. They need it because they've got trees that have died in the storm. The big thing for me personally is lock the deal down. When you have the word amend, you can always amend something. I'm sure that the attorneys can lock it down with a penalty of $10, $20 million to reopen it. Thank you, gentlemen.
Your next speaker is Frank Hallis, and he will be followed on Zoom by Ed DeYoung and then Franz Ronshult.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'm Frank Hallis. I was a commissioner with Collier County. I'm now emeritus.
Sir, do you want to trade seats with us?
No,
in favor?
I've been in that seat. I know.
Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you, and thank you for your service also. I was one of the commissioners who were deeply involved in the development issue for about 8 years. This issue came to a head when a Bert Harris lawsuit was affecting the whole county was filed by the developer. Much water has passed under the bridge, but I believe it amounts to about much water has passed over the bridge. The Bert Harris claim was about $280 million that was going to be subjected to the commission and to Collier County and the residents. With the skills and hours of work by county staff, the citizens, many of whom were totally against the original plan, and with the help of 5 commissioners who were seated at the time, and with the developer, the residents of the area, that were going to be highly impacted, this settlement was reached. Many concessions were made by all sides who worked through this litigation. It was a great day for Collier County to see this lawsuit withdrawn from the developer. Let's not repeat county history by tearing up the hard-fought agreement by all who worked to relieve this huge burden that was placed upon the county and its residents. No rights of the developer have been infringed. It is critical that the county residents can count on their elected representatives to uphold agreements that have been made in the past. If anything, we need to maintain this agreement because things have intensified over time, and it puts the place in jeopardy. Hurricane Ian proved this by the flooding that took place by its neighbor to the north. I am asking you to preserve this hard-fought agreement and do not repeat history. This is nothing more than a bait and switch. Thank you for your time.
Your next speaker on Zoom will be Ed. Your next speaker on Zoom will be Ed DeYoung, followed by Franz Ronsholt. Mr. DeYoung, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do so, I see you've done that. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Yeah, I waived my time. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, sir. We'll go then to Franz Ronsholt, and we will follow him with Jack Holtzstrand. Bear with me just a second, Commissioner. Mr. Ronsholt, you've unmuted. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Thank you. I'm Franz Ronsholt. I'm a resident in Wiggins Bay in Cove Towers. I appreciate the effort done by our Commissioner, Chris Hall, to come to an agreement, but I don't understand why there is now had to be another 20 feet added. The value of 10 extra units in Collier must already, with the original height, be worth far more than the market value of 3 acres on the corner of Wiggins Pass and Vanderbilt Drive, and possibly 1 acre for the fire station. So I think even with what was proposed originally at the NIM meeting last year, the proposal is very favorable to the developer. Thank you.
Your next speaker on Zoom will be Jack Holtzstrand, and he will be followed on Zoom by James Owens. Mr. Holtzstrand, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do that, I see you have, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. I cede my time. The comments have been made. I think have kind of summarized the positions of all sides, and I'll continue to listen. Thank you.
All right. I just had a person drop, so we'll go instead to James Owens and follow him on Zoom by Mark Moegenberg. Mr. Owens, you're being prompted to unmute yourself, if you'll do that. James Owens. All right, stick with me here, Zoom guy. Let's try Mark Moegenberg. Mr. Moegenberg, you're being prompted to unmute yourself, if you'll do that at this time. Mr. Moegenberg. I'll tell you what, let's come back here in the room for our last 2 speakers in person, Joe Wood and then Douglas Fee.
Howdy. My name is Joe Wood. I live at 669 Mainsail Place in Tarpon Cove. My property backs up to the golf course with the creek running down in between. I have lived there for 17 years. The problem is the creek down between. In 17 years, I saw the creek flood one time. When it flooded, the water flowed onto the golf course area instead of our homes. Now there's been so much fill added to the golf course area, the elevation there is so much higher. I am concerned what's going to happen the next time we got an excessive rain. I would have hoped that these concrete tiles, pipes that they put in would take care of it. I hope they have, but I have not seen anything run down along Wiggins Pass. If there's a problem, you're going to be hearing from Morgan and Morgan, and as well as the engineer, the chief engineer who allowed that. Thank you.
Your next speaker is Doug Fee, and then he will be followed on Zoom by Mark Gadecki and then Mary Mazzaro, also on Zoom.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Doug Fee. Thank you for the ability to speak today, the freedom that we have here in this country. I'm here, of course, to say to you, do not open the settlement. Do not change things. Leave it alone. Frank Hallis was commissioner back in 2006, and he spoke that the citizens, the residents in the area, were involved in this settlement agreement. In fact, I was one of those residents, and we worked hard on those stipulations, those agreements, and we don't want to see a change. Part of what we agreed to was to put the units on the west side of Vanderbilt Drive and leave the golf course, which was zoned, and if for some reason in the future you didn't have a golf course, you would have green space. Those were really the two major things that we agreed to. And the county commission at the time voted with the developer to settle the $280 million lawsuit. My question to you is, in this hearing, are you somehow going down the road putting the taxpayers back into a situation where we can be sued again? I don't know the answer because I'm not an attorney, but $280 million is a lot of money. We just went through budget hearings, and you were talking about $28 million and changing this and changing that, Conservation Collier. We're talking $280 million. So are we settled? Because we, the residents in the neighborhood, thought back in 2008 when this was done that we're settled. But if we're not settled, could we be back here another year from now or 2 years from now or 5 years from now? When is it settled? And we're asking you, commissioners, we have, and each of you received 2 inches of petitions, okay, a packet, 197 pages. These come from all the residents in the area surrounding this parcel. And don't get me wrong, I like Collier Bay. It's a great neighborhood in our neighborhood. These people I know. But at some point, we, the residents, we have to rely on you. You are our representatives. You do the deal. Please consider also that there are other Burt Harris lawsuit settlements around the county. Are you setting something today in our neighborhood, in our area, that then you will be asked for down the road to undo? Keep in mind the lawsuit. Keep in mind that we need you to leave everything alone, and I thank you for your time. I thank the audience as well for their time.
All right, Mr. Chair, the rest of our speakers are on Zoom. Your next speaker on Zoom is Mark Gadecki, and he'll be followed by Mary Mazzaro.
How many more do we have on Zoom, sir?
It's 11, but I thought I'd try to recall the 4 people who did not respond real quick at the end, if that's all right with you, sir. Mr. Gadecki, I see you've unmuted yourself. You have 3 minutes, sir.
Yeah, I use my time.
All right, sir. Thank you very much. So we will try Mary Mazzaro, followed by Mike Smith. Mary, you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do that at this time. You have 3 minutes, Mary.
Good morning. I cede my time as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Let's try Mike Smith then. Mr. Smith, momentarily you're being prompted to unmute yourself if you'll do that at this time. Mike Smith. There you are, sir. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you. I will cede my time. Everything's been said that I wanted to express, so thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, sir. Your next speaker on Zoom is Roger Karam, and he will be followed by Shannon Villamez. Roger, I hope I'm saying your last night. Is it Karam or Kareem? You have 3 minutes, sir.
It's Karam, but thank you. I'll cede my time too.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. Shannon Villamez. Shannon, momentarily you're going to be prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do so, I see you have. Shannon, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much for your time. My name is Shannon Villamez, and I live in Tarpon Cove. Perry Diasato has already mentioned a lot of the things. I just wanted to say that I appreciate the proposal by our Representative Chris Hall, and I like the idea of us getting the full 3 acres and the fire station, etc. I also like the proposal that there'll be a fine if we open the settlement agreement again, and that we put a stipulation that Arbor Trace gets the berm prevention for them so that they don't have to experience the flooding the next time we have a hurricane come by. The only other thing I wanted to say was on most holidays and weekends during season, there are trucks and boat trailers parked all along Williams Pass Road and along Vanderbilt Drive. Not only is it unsightly, it's also dangerous to have all of these vehicles parked along the road. So I'm very much in favor of the full 3 acres being used for overflow parking for the marina so that we can remove the unsightly trucks and trailers along the side of the road and make it less dangerous. Thank you very much for your time.
Your next speaker on Zoom is Sheila Farrell, and then she will be followed by Susan Kane. Sheila, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do that, thank you. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
I cede my time. Thank you.
All right. Stick with me, Isaac, on Zoom. We're going to try Susan Kane next. Miss Kane, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do that at this time. I see you've unmuted. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Thank you very much, but I have no further comments or questions.
Thank you, ma'am. All right. Let me take a breath here and let my Zoom guy catch up. Suzanne Ring will be followed by Ted Downey. Suzanne, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do that at this time. I see you have. You have 3 minutes, Suzanne.
My name is Suzanne Ring. I live at Pelican Isle. Most of the items that I would have addressed have been already spoken for, but I do have a concern for those people who have had some potential flooding issues. That's Arbor Trace, and also for Falling Waters and Tarpon Cove. Hopefully those will be addressed. I think if the commissioners are not sure about what to do, that we postpone the decision for a couple of meetings, and until we can have more discussion. Concerned that if we did accept the what Chris Hall has told us about the use of the Track 10, we would need to know what Collier County would do with that and what issues might be involved with that. And that's pretty much all that I had to say about this. I did originally indicate that opening that settlement could be an issue. If that settlement being opened if those issues could be resolved in terms of the potential lawsuit and other settlements, then perhaps that could be addressed as well. And I'm finished.
Oh, thank you, ma'am. Your next speaker on Zoom is Teresa Duclos, and she'll be followed by William Nab. Teresa, you're being prompted to unmute yourself, or if you'll do so. I see you have, ma'am, you have 3 minutes.
My time. Thank you.
All right, thank you, ma'am. Let's try William Nab. Mr. Nab, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do so at this time. Well, actually, just a moment, Mr. Nab. There you are, being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do that at this time, sir. A little rapid fire zooming here. There you are, Mr. Nab. You have 3 minutes.
There we are. Thank you very much. Commissioners, my name is Bill Nab. I thank you for your time. And I live at Wiggins Bay Villas in North Naples. I'm part of the Concerned Citizens and Communities of Wiggins Bay. I want to commend Commissioner Hall for working with the developer to come up with a workable solution to Track 10. I support that. I would like to see Track 10 eventually turned into a preserve. Ideally, if we do need it for parking, I would like to make sure that there is community involvement in making that development. No matter what we do to Track 10, I think that the concerned citizens in the area would like to have direct input. And I think that we should vote for opening the agreement and move forward. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time.
All right. I'm sorry, I can't remember this one. Susan Kane. I can't remember if we called on you, Susan. Susan, you're being unprompted to mute yourself. If you'll do so at this time. And I'm sorry if we've already called on you. Susan, there you are.
You did already call on me. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm sorry. So let's real quick rapid fire. Stay with me, Zoom pilot. I want to try the 4 people who did not respond at all real quickly here. Ann Rocio. Ann, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do that at this time. If you do not, we'll assume you do not want to speak. There you are, Ann. Do you want to speak, ma'am?
I cede my time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We're going to move on next and try Charles Wolf. Mr. Wolf, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do that. And again, if you do not unmute yourself on this attempt, we will assume you do not want to speak. All right, let's try James Owens. Mr. Owens, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do so at this time. And finally, Mark Moegenberg. Mark, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do that at this time. There you are, Mark. Do you have 3 minutes, sir?
I concede my time. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, that is all of the public speakers we have on this item.
Yeah.
Did all the Goombas in the audience get to speak? I just want to make sure. The plan normally was to break at 1 o'clock, but in these last 3 minutes, I wanted to offer 2 things. First, a lot's been said, so I was going to defer to Commissioner Hall and just see if, we're not going to sit here and vote on anything, but if he had something that he wanted to say that we could all chew on over lunch. And I also offer the same thing to Mr. Yovanovich without getting over extemporaneous. If there was something that you heard that you wanted to just touch on, and then, I'd like to break for lunch at 1 o'clock, come back here at 1:50 or 2. And continue. But I'll defer to the commissioner first. Commissioner Hall, is there anything, sir, that you would like to throw out there or address?
Yeah, I'd like to say a couple of things to some of the speakers that had some questions. In the Planning Commission on July the 6th of 2022, it was clearly stated that they had 1.61 acres that they were going to give us. In the NIM documentation, it was vague. They showed the whole 3 acres, but then they showed the drawing right below that where they were going to give us the 1.61. So I agree, it was fuzzy. Yeah, I don't think it was misleading because of the Planning Commission, but it was an oversight and it's well noted. I just wanted to acknowledge that. If we say no to this and the 3 acres remains with the applicant, we don't get public input, period. I can't stress that enough. If the county gets it, then yes, I think that we would want to hear what you have to say before we do anything. I know we need parking. We haven't. This is all brand new to us as of this morning, just like it is you. We don't know what we're going to do with the 3 acres. We're listening. we want parking, but we don't know what else is going to happen there. We'll talk about that. The transaction will happen at the same time. Nobody's going to renege on a deal that, when the 3 acres are coming our way, the 3 acres are going to come our way. I do want to say that the golf course will be handled by land development. That has nothing to do with these agenda items. The elevations, the flooding, we're listening, but it has nothing to do with us passing this today. And Mr. Johanowicz, you got some things you want to address?
I know you're gonna take a break, so let me just throw a timing. There was a question about when will you get the land? And our intention would be to give you the land 60 days after the expiration of the typical appeal period for today's proceedings, if we're approved. So now you have a time certain, which some people were concerned about. When would you actually get the land? With that, I'll just reserve time if you want to come back. I don't really have a whole lot to say in rebuttal, but I'd rather, if you're going to take a break and come back, then I'd rather do it then. But if you're going to move forward now, then I can say the two things I want to say and we'd be done with it.
Commissioner Saunders, and then I have a question. Go ahead, sir.
I think that we got an awful lot of people in the audience that are obviously here just for this item. We've heard from the commissioner from the district. I think, if I'm not mistaken, I think the commissioner from the district is ready to make a motion on this.
Yes.
I'm not sure it's going to be of value to break for lunch and come back an hour later. So I'm just throwing that out there. I think we're probably all ready to.
I'll move to approve with the addition, with the agreement of 20 extra feet of height and the 3 acres total.
There's still a few more questions up here before we're ready to vote on a motion, though. Commissioner McDaniel.
Yeah, just on and I'm going to second his motion, but ask my questions if I may, because I like the transaction. Who pays for the extra portion of the land and the going from the original parking lot? The developer was going to pay for that parking lot and commence construction by the end of or May of 26.
We're going to finish by then. If we were going to finish by then.
Yes.
I thought you said commence.
Well, forgive me if I misspoke. We're getting the entire 3 acres. Are we able to make a commitment on what we're going to do with that today?
No.
So that was, sir,
No.
that was part of our question is,
So nonetheless, with this transaction, the extra 44 parking spaces are coming to be completed by.
No, you're getting the land, and you'll do with it whatever you want to do.
Okay. So they're not doing you're not going to do the extra parking space.
Oh, and that was going to be my question. Was there ever discussion? I wasn't pervy, none of us were, to maybe what happened in the NIM or anything in District 2, but was there ever discussion that, like you said, we'd get the land, but in a partnership, the developer would help design the parking or pick up some additional costs? I realize giving us the land, but was there ever anything as to help share, cost share, design, permitting, construction, or anything on that land? It looks like we're gravitating towards some sort of parking solution on that land, but was that ever any part of the discussion, or it was land, do with it what you will, as you just said? Was that the agreement?
The proposal we made today, yes, when we were keeping a portion of the land, we were going to design, permit, and construct the parking. But now that we're giving you all of the land,
You're not going to do that.
we're not going to do the design, permitting, and construction of the county's parking.
Gotcha. Okay, I wanted that clarification. For the county attorney, Frank's gone. He left, but there was representations of concerns about reopening the settlement agreement. Are there liabilities for us to reopen the settlement agreement and reach this?
No.
Okay. I have no other further questions.
Mr. Chair, if I might, I'm sorry. We had a speaker get put into the wrong column on Zoom. I do have one more. Maybe we'll listen to her, please, sir.
Go ahead, sir.
Collier Campbell. Ms. Campbell, you're being prompted to unmute yourself. If you'll do that at this time. Ms. Campbell. Collier, we're going to call you one last time. Ms. Campbell. Collier Campbell. There you are. You have 3 minutes, ma'am.
Hi. Yes, I'm here. Commissioners, thank you so much. I think everyone has pretty much said anything that I would be interested in adding to, so I won't take up any more of your time and just repeat what's all been said so far. Thank you so much.
My apologies, Mr. Chair.
Okay. I agree with Commissioner Saunders. I mean, I thought maybe there'd be more that that the applicant had to say or that Commissioner Hall wanted to add if there isn't. And in these closing minutes, we already have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hall. We have a second by Commissioner McDaniel. I think we all understand the summary of what's in that motion. Is there anything that you have to add, sir?
I just want to clarify, their statements were made about us flooding our neighbor to the north.
It's got nothing to do with this.
It's not accurate. And so I'm not going to get into the details of that. I just want to put on the record that that's not an accurate statement.
Commissioner Hall, sir, do you have any final comments? And this is a complicated one. I know you put a lot into it. I wanted to just give you closing comments before we vote on the motion.
Yeah, would there be any consideration to add the parking and then get the other 1.5 acres for the extra 20 foot?
You want us to build the parking?
Build the parking like we were originally going to do, and then for the extra 20 foot in exchange for the extra 1.5 acres. Would there be any consideration for
I don't want
that?
to take an hour. Can I have 5 minutes?
Sure.
You kind of put me on a spot here.
You understand? You understand?
I understand the question.
We've all sort of asked the same question in a little bit of a different format.
I understand. I understand the ask.
Okay.
But I do need 5 minutes with.
Absolutely.
I appreciate that.
Commissioners,
Yep.
after their 5 minutes, when he comes back, you also need to get your zoning staff up here, please, so that they can explain to you what steps we would have to take to be able
Okay.
to utilize this for parking, just to be sure that the board is clear that it's not the same as just parking as it is with a commercial building with attached parking.
But that's depending on what he's.
Yes, let's wait to see what he,
Ivanovich comes back and says it's a no-go. You get the land, the keys to the land, and that's it. Then all this is moot. Or no?
no,
Okay.
that makes it more important for them to
Okay.
come up.
Commissioner Hall, did you want to?
Yeah, I have a question for us. If he comes back and he says that's a deal, they'll put the parking in, do we want the parking or we just want control of all of the 3 acres?
We want the parking.
We want the parking and the other half. Okay, I'm just asking.
We let them know that the public's done speaking.
Yeah. We're talking now amongst ourselves. Public comment is closed.
Would there be any impediments to the county building a parking lot there?
It's gonna require some zoning action, and Mr. Bosey will explain that. But we just
Who
since we're-
decides the zoning on that?
you do.
Yeah, we do.
But it's
That's a good question.
understood, sir. It's just the additional steps and time is not as clear as if there's a commercial building with attached parking.
Yeah, I was just
versus
trying to
parking. Okay, I know. I have no sense of humor.
Everything's clear as mud now. So.
That's right.
Commissioners, if I could put in context, there's over 24,000 registered vessels in Collier County alone. You currently have a total of about 326 boat trailer parking spaces in your county parks countywide. So getting this parcel and adding those parking would be a tremendous benefit to the public and the residents.
Yeah. My position on the acreage is, and I'm glad to see there's been collegial discussion here, but the things that we are approving as far as the higher stories and the 10 feet and all the things that would obviously make that piece of property more valuable and generate much more revenue. I think we're all saying in sort of different in different stages. Would the applicant, based on those advantages that if we pass this motion, what they would get, would the applicant have any desire to help us cover the costs of improving that, even though that lot would be owned by the county, but as a compliment to the community to help offset those costs of any kind of improvement that was decided with community input, Commissioner Hall taking the lead and all that, but help offset those costs. It sounds like maybe that was a discussion, but it wasn't. It was just sort of thrown around loosely. What's your position, sir?
What we had a budget. When we knew what we were building based upon discussions with county, what it was going to take to design, permit, and construct what we were proposing to do. That was $1 million. So we're happy to give you $1 million. We don't want to get into giving the county a blank check to say this is what we want on the property. We'll give you what we originally planned our out-of-pocket budget was $1 million, and we're happy to give you that when you actually permit the improvements. So you're getting what we would have spent.
So it'd be full access to the, to
You get the
ownership of the
property, you get the property, and you get $1 million when
Plus-
you
plus
actually
$1
pull the
million.
permits.
Because what I want citizens to realize is, especially since Hurricane Ian, I mean, I'll just speak for, my district, we got Caxambus that has an awful lot of damage. So if we got the keys to the property, we don't break ground tomorrow and start building parking spots. However, improvements to that 3 acres can happen a lot faster with the assistance of, the applicant working together with the county, rather than just give us the keys to it and we work it into our lineup. So that was sort of, my position, but, you're. You just did that?
Yes.
Yeah, okay. We'll take the $1 million.
So I'll change the motion. I'll say I'll make the move to approve with the 3 acres and the $1 million and the extra 20 feet.
And I'll second his amendment, and then we have to have staff give us a report on what.
I just want to make sure I clarify what you just motioned to make it clearer, please.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Actually, to help. I want to make sure we're clear that it's 20 feet on both the zoned and actual height. And we had offered a time frame by which we would convey the property, which was 60 days after the approval period. And we would give you the $1 million when you get your permit. I just want to make sure that's all part of the motion instead of, because I didn't hear the time frame and all that. I just want to make sure.
We didn't put it in.
Can we hear from county staff?
Mike Bosey, Planning and Zoning Director. And a unique aspect of this 3 acre parcel, it's in the Wiggins Bay PUD, and that was approved in 1982. And there's a quirk to the permitted uses within that C2 zoning district. The C2 zoning district has just general commercial. You can make an interpretation that a parking lot would fall within that general commercial, but it doesn't have a parking lot listed specifically as use. But it also does have a provision that it allows the zoning director to make a determination, a comparable use determination of similar uses within that zoning district. So to develop a parking lot at that, I would have to make a determination that a parking lot falls within the commercial zoning that is allowed by the C2 zoning district, which all things by itself, that's a determination I would gravitate to. But just wanted to let you know that there is a little quirkiness to that C2 zoning, and that was in place in 1982. But it does give us the avenue to make that determination that a parking lot qualifies as a commercial use and there could be developed.
It's a good quirk, right? As quirks go, that's a good one.
Word of the day.
Anything else from county? Ivanovich, anybody? Okay. So I think we have a motion on the floor by Commissioner Hall, motion by second by Commissioner McDaniel, and I think we know all the details of the nuances of the land, the $1 million, and all the changes. Unless anybody's got any questions. Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Passes unanimously.
There we go. There we go. Good comments. When are we coming back?
What do you think?
You say, hour?
Yeah, come back at 2:15. Okay, we'll return at 2:15.